These are daggers dropped by my men that were slaughtered by an ice troll in the second age, but I do not like to talk of such things. And for you, Legolas, this is a new bow, so that you may kill a troll as quickly as I did, in under 10 seconds. And for Samwise Gamgee, rope forged from the hair of an ice troll that I killed many years ago. And for Frodo, the bottled tears of an ice troll. Did I mention I killed an ice troll many years ago? In under 10 seconds? Fare thee well, my friends, and may these gifts forged from the body of an ice troll that I killed many years ago in the second age in under 10 seconds. Fare you well on your journey.
Hey, everybody! Right on time.
Hello.
Hello.
A wizard is never late. This is a very special occasion. 20 years ago today, the greatest film from the greatest trilogy, from the greatest story ever written, was released in theaters, Lord of the Rings, and we are here to celebrate it. I have assembled my own little fellowship. One may show up later. We're not sure. And we're just going to talk about this and throw a lot of love at Peter Jackson and Lord of the Rings and J.R.R. Tolkien, because I don't think we'll ever see anything like this again, ever. Hope so, but I don't think so. So let's get to our guests. Hello, Longman.
Hello. I didn't remember agreeing to it being the best of the three, okay? Fellowship is still my baby. However, it's an incredible film and an incredible trilogy. And because of the editing I've been doing in the past 2 weeks, I am more familiar with these films than I have been ever. And my God, it's I said when we were sort of done with our sets that I don't know what it is, but every time I finish watching Lord of the Rings, I feel like it notches just a little bit higher in terms of my appreciation for it, especially as time goes on. Yeah. Happy to be here. Fun stream.
Hell yeah. I mean, ultimately, it's just one movie. It's just one big, long, movie. Awesome movie.
Yes.
That deserved to win Best Picture for all three, Best Director for all three. Ian McKellen was completely snubbed by the Oscars when they mattered. Yeah, we'll get into it. But we also have Disparu, who I met through Rings of Power.
Yes, true.
They brought us together.
I thought you were going to say in London. It's like, yeah, it's basically Mordor.
We had a magical time in London, you and I.
We did.
We'll always have London, Disparu.
Of all the memories to have of the UK, it's London.
Right.
But London, much like the movie industry, has changed a lot over the last 20 years. And that's why I think you can't have movies like this, because the idea behind these movies is like a message of hope, and it is good versus evil. And one thing that Hollywood gives you now is it's evil as the good guys, and you end up supporting the villains. And I in every TV series, I'm like, yeah, but the bad guy's right. I want him to win. And so we had to. It's like, like I said, like one of the good stories is everyone has a happy ending, and I've just seen my favorite characters destroyed repeatedly.
Yes.
From Robin Hood to Secret Invasion.
Oh.
Oh. That's why this stands. When you see something like this, you're just like, what happened? But we know what happened.
Yeah.
This is why I think it gets better each time. It may not be that the movies get better each time, but everything you're watching moves further and further away from the original message.
Exactly. And thanks for being here, Disparu. And also joining us, he's a new YouTuber. He's been around about a couple years now.
Yep.
George?
2 years. Yep.
George, the Giant Slayer is here. What's up, buddy?
Happy to be here. Great to be here talking about one of my favorite films. I mean, this to me is a masterpiece, but I do have hope that we could have something like this happen again, especially after seeing Godzilla -1. I mean, could you imagine someone like Takashi Yamazaki getting the budget to be able to do something like The Second Age properly instead of Rings of Recycled Fantasy? I mean, I think that would work really well. But yeah, we can't have it every day because the fact that too many people, come on. I was reading an article 4 months ago when I was researching, getting ready for season 2. And they were saying not only did the majority of the cast of Rings of Power have to go to therapy for the onset action scenes, Morph it. She's like, every time the orcs would rush me, I was traumatized. I'm like, Come on.
You did a box to get on a horse.
No, it's like, what kind of like candy ass do you have to be that needs to go to therapy for trauma? And then she needed it for criticism for mean tweets. But no, I'm thrilled to be here. I'm thrilled to be here. Can't wait.
I just tell her, you try watching the stuff you made. That's
know.
traumatic. That's traumatic. But I'm glad you're here too, George. And our next guest is not just a man. He's a myth. And he's also worked on the special features for the Lord of the Rings sticks, the greatest special features ever made for a film that pretty much shows you how they captured lightning in a bottle. Robert Meyer Burnett, RMB, how are you, my friend?
I am. Once again, I'm honored to be asked to participate amongst these esteemed YouTubers who I've enjoyed. And I have to say that I was very fortunate to be working at a company. My boss, Michael Pellerin at Curdy Pellerin, was the biggest Lord of the Rings fan ever. And he happened to know the lawyer at New Line that could get the contract to do this. And, we did it over the course of years. It took a year to do each one of the special editions. And while I left during this, people would say, "You're crazy. You left during the Return of the King." But I was made an offer I couldn't refuse, and I jumped over into Chronicles of Narnia. So I went right back to New Zealand. But it was, it was amazing. And for this particular movie, I've told stories here before, but I was able to watch Alex Funke's Bigatures crew shoot like the White City and Minas Tirith, and it was, and interviewing all these people. One of the things that the reason this will never happen again is because it wasn't just Peter Jackson and his crew; it was an entire country. It was all of New Zealand, and everybody. I think everybody in New Zealand somehow either participated or helped somebody participate in the making of this film. I mean, it was really a nationalized effort to get these movies made. And you can see it in every frame of the film. And the Kiwis have a work sort of an ethos, that whole duct tape and baling wire philosophy that they just were going to buckle down and make this into the greatest thing they could. And they really did that. And you see it in this movie every step of the way. And the special features, I'm happy that even to this day, 20 years later, people still talk about them. And I think the best thing about them is it shows just how much thought and effort everybody who worked on this film put into it.
Right. And they're actually entertaining. They're
Right.
entertaining to watch. They're funny.
Yeah.
They're thoughtful. I miss special features. I wish they still made them.
I still want to see the full Christopher Lee interview that we talked about last year.
You owe us that.
Come on, Robert.
Well, I'll tell you, what's really a bummer is all of the interviews. Like each movie, Michael sat down with Peter and probably did a 15-hour interview over the course of several days. None of that stuff. You could put up the raw interviews. You could make an entire, and they should do this, an entire Lord of the Rings website. Like I interviewed the greensman who was in charge of the full-size Fangorn forest. I talked to him for 3 hours.
Just leave them somewhere, go out to get a cup of coffee, just put them on the side.
I agree.
I forgot a copy there.
Yeah, things happen.
I mean, it would be the kind of thing where, of course, the legal departments would go crazy, because one of the things that people don't understand is when we'd finish a segment for special features, the legal department would have to vet it, that somebody doesn't say anything egregious. Or
Right, but it's 20 years later. Why do they care anymore?
I know. And just from a scholarship standpoint and a historical standpoint, and I think, look, if it also, Warner Brothers needs money. You could put up a website and charge $3.99 a month to access hundreds of hours of Lord of the Rings interviews, where we literally talked to, nobody's job was too small to talk to on this movie. We talked to everybody. And all of that material, the Christopher Lee interview I did of 5 hours, maybe 10 minutes, is on the disc.
See, that's what you were saying before last year, but I've heard, I think it was you and Az and I were talking about it a few months ago, because Lee spoke like 8 languages, that there were supposedly sections in the interview where he went in and out of different languages, but besides Elven, like he would go into Italian and.
Yeah, no. Well, for my interview, it's pretty straightforward, but he was interviewed 3 times, and look at it collectively. There's probably, and he's gone. He's no longer with us. And he told all kinds of stories, about his life and his career. And the man was such a presence. I mean, I didn't know. It was the longest interview I've ever conducted. and I didn't know if he would stay. You know, an interview can only be as good as sometimes people aren't open to those kinds of interviews. But he opened up to me because I said to him, this is my trick when I interview celebrities. I have to open with something that not only I, but something that I truly love that they've done that has nothing to do with the interview that we're about to do. But I show them that I know something about their career and I can opine about it. And with Christopher Lee, Billy Wilder had died, the great Billy Wilder, who directed The Private Life of Sherlock Holmes, which was his last, I don't know if it was his last film, but Christopher Lee played Mycroft Holmes, Sherlock Holmes' brother. And I said to him, I said, listen, before we start, I just want to say, and it's a tactic, but I meant it as well. And I said, you know, Billy Wilder passed away. I don't know if you kept in touch with him, but I just want to say I'm sorry. And I know you gentlemen work together. And he stopped and he was like, you know, I spoke to Billy every week. And I very much thank you for saying that. And then we were off to the races. Because it showed that I wanted to show him that I didn't just show up and be like, let's talk about your movie. You know, that I'd looked into his career and obviously, and once he saw that, he knew that, oh, I was a friendly face and he could open up. And the man was so warm and so funny. And what a raconteur he was.
Cool.
God, man, he was great.
Legend.
And he sang heavy metal.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? I didn't know
Done it
that.
all.
Wait, I knew he did a lot of stuff. I didn't know heavy metal. Really?
Yeah, dude, heavy metal.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I knew he was a commando and a statesman and that. Wow.
Oh, yeah. He actually killed Nazis.
Yeah, that was the thing. That's my favorite quote of him, where he walks up to the guy and goes, you know, do you know what a noise a guy makes when he gets stabbed? Because I do. And it was like, whoa.
Yes,
how many people in Hollywood would know that?
Well, half of them today, the daffodils.
Well,
they would just faint. No, they would faint. They're like, oh my God.
They only know how to stab people in the back.
Yes.
Well, it can either be a scream or like just breath being like that, because once you get stabbed, like all muscles in your body just kind of.
Well, isn't it the idea was that the Grim is stabbing him in the back into the lung, and so the air is going to be going out without fucking preference.
I think they wanted him to scream, and he was like,
that
no,
is my nitpick.
Yeah.
That actually is a nitpick of mine in the movie, is his death.
I have no nitpicks.
Wait,
I love it. It's a masterpiece. My nitpick is I wanted to see the scouring of the Shire. I didn't want to see him that way. That's why I said I love what Jackson did. It's a masterpiece. He crystallized the essence of what Tolkien created.
Dude,
when he explains why, I think it makes sense. The movie had already ended, and then you just have another ending.
I know.
I think
people would have screamed at you. They would have screamed bloody murder.
I just think it was so brilliant to have that. And I've also heard, and this is what I wanted to ask Robert or Mahler, is I've heard that there's enough material to make a fourth movie for 4 hours for all the stuff that he didn't include.
Well, let's not Hobbit it, you know.
No, just the stuff, like the different journeys. Like supposedly there are aspects to the scouring of the Shire.
Yeah, because we know they filmed something of it, right? Because it appears in Galadriel's mirror water stuff, right? We could see that they would have filmed at least something approximating the scouring of the Shire, but it's just a matter of, as someone who wasn't familiar with the book story at all when I saw the films and I found out about it, I was thinking to myself, like, imagine a scene where the Shire's getting obliterated after everything we've seen in Return of the King. I don't know if that works, but you know, not to say at all that it wouldn't have worked definitely or anything. It's just that I don't know if it's a strict upgrade or not. It was pretty complicated.
Well, if they had this extra footage, right, guys, they just had this thing called a 20th anniversary for all three films. We're on the third one now.
Yeah.
And Warner Brothers did fucking nothing. What a bunch of idiots. All three should be in theaters for each anniversary. Rob's right. There should be a website. You could fucking charge me $5.99. I'd pay 5 times to go see extra footage. And all you do is make money. It would cost you nothing.
Well, you know,
theaters would love it right now. They got nothing to show right now.
Peter Jackson wanted to make a new documentary, and they wanted to speak to the deleted scenes. These movies were very iterative, so they were constantly refining them. And then when they went and did their quote unquote pickups, which sometimes lasted for 60 days, they were always playing with things and moving stuff around. And if you watch the special features for like Two Towers, you find out that they didn't even have the attack of the Ents on Isengard. It wasn't in the movie until Peter was scoring the film in London. And they came up with the idea, and he wrote back to, you know, Weta and said, he asked effects people, come up with little vignettes. What would it look like if the Ents attacked Isengard? Can you come up with some gags? And they did that at the very last minute. And when they tied Sam, talking about the battle, the talking about the great stories when he's in the crumbled stone window, that all that stuff was added, and they added an internal section to that. So they were constantly, Peter Jackson, when he went to deliver these movies to New Line, they had like 2 minutes to get on a plane to deliver it in time to the States. He pushed it until the last minute. They worked on these movies till the very last minute to make them exactly as good as they could possibly be. They never stopped. And that's something you would never see in Hollywood today.
No, I have a list here of the extended scenes, because I've only watched the extended version since I don't even remember barely what's in, and it's 36. Well, there's 32 extended scenes, and there's 4 new scenes.
And you're talking about for Return
of the King, for Return of the King alone. And we'll go over that list, because like each time I watch it, we were Mahler, we were working on something, and it's out there. We would just marvel at like, how could this not be in the movie?
The big one was the Saruman death scene. Absolutely. Yep. I'm still mad to this day that that's not in the theatrical version.
Right. Well, Lee was supposedly angry about that as well when he found out it wasn't in the.
Yes, he was.
We go over it. Not if we want to do it right now, but like it's more than just watching a man do an amazing performance, watching several people do amazing performances. It's got loads of plot implications. We don't know why the Palantir is just in the water randomly. We never deal with Saruman throughout the trilogy. He continues to reinforce Aragorn and Theoden's arcs in that scene by telling us like their biggest insecurities. We don't know what happened to Grima Wormtongue thanks to that scene being gone. Legolas kills Grima. Nobody even knows that happens. It's wild that scene got removed.
It is wild.
Do you know why they removed it? I never knew why.
Well, I think it was just because it was for time.
That's it.
And Peter knew. I guess they figured that when the Ents attacked Isengard, you're just going to assume that Saruman was defeated too. It doesn't make any sense. And those scenes were shot, and again, the iterative nature of this process, keeping things. And I think once Peter knew, by the way, the extended version of Return of the King cost $20 million to finish those scenes.
Well, by the way, sorry to interrupt real quick. I was wrong. It's 78 new and extended scenes. It's
an hour. Like it's an hour, it's astonishing how much more stuff is in Return of the King. And again, when they're doing these, it was, I think by that time, the movies, at first they didn't know. This whole thing was such a gamble. Bob Shea, the head of New Line, bet his entire studio.
But gamble, wait, gamble. Yeah, you mean the first one was a gamble?
Well, all of it, because they were shooting it all at once. They were doing the whole. And if you really, what was really interesting, this is a horrible thing to say, but Bob and Harvey Weinstein have credits on these movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it was because it was going to be a Miramax project, and they wanted only to make 2 movies. And then at the end of the day, Miramax said, "Nope, we're not gonna do this." And they gave Peter an opportunity to try and sell it elsewhere. So he was going to every studio with his reel, his 5-minute reel from Weta, showing all the development that had been done. And it was Bob Shea at the end. Peter's last stop was Bob Shea, and he showed this thing. The lights went down. Peter knew Bob Shea. They'd worked together before. Lights come up, and Bob Shea looks at Peter and goes, "Aren't there 3 Lord of the Rings books?" and he bet his entire studio and future. So they never knew as they were making this. They were so stressed. Mark Ordesky, who was the on-site producer of the movies, that was an exec at New Line and came on board, he like lost his hair because they didn't know if it would work.
How many studios kick themselves in the butt now?
Oh, I'm sure all of them. But at the time, no one had ever done. And what's interesting is, if you look at all the movies, like for instance, Denis Villeneuve's Dune.
Mm-hmm.
When they conceived of doing Dune, they always, from what I understand, they were always talking about doing 3. Paul Atreides' Rise and Fall. So it's going to be Dune, Dune Prophet, and Dune Messiah. Were originally you would think that they would look at Lord of the Rings and go, okay, we have a filmmaker we can bet on. We've got, why not do it? We're shooting this in the same place anyway. a lot of it's in the desert. Why don't we amortize the costs and make all 3 movies all at once? Nobody has the balls to do what they did with Lord of the Rings.
But they'll sink 300 million into the Marvels.
Yes.
Well,
And what's absolutely nuts about it as well, because you talk about all the things that could be saved by doing it, but is there a trilogy more so than Lord of the Rings that feels like it can be one big story? The fact that they made it together feels like a truly like remarkable experience of like, oh wow, this is just a
because
really,
it's
really
supposed
long,
to be one
consistent-
story. That's
Yeah.
the whole
Yeah.
thing.
You
Yeah.
could do
But like a lot of
Dune,
other trilogies, you watch them as a trilogy and you're like, oh, I can distinctly see the gaps, like and different creatives coming in.
The difficulty, the difficult part, as you've seen from Shad's reaction to 2-part movies, is making every movie feel like an individual movie while also being an overarching
Yeah.
plot. So you
Yeah.
still have to have an individual story for each movie, and I'm not sure a lot of people can.
I agree.
Remarkable
It's-
once again, they managed to pull that off too, considering
Yeah.
they were one big story they have to take 2 significant cuts that take the audience away for a whole year. It's like that's difficult, and
That's-
I think nailed it.
Well,
It's a
now
damn
they separate
shame.
it longer to multiple years as well.
It's a damn shame superhero movies are dying, because superhero movies are the one thing you can do that with. You can find an arc from the comics, just pick one, Annihilation or something like that, and yes, film a trilogy on that.
Yeah, I mean,
And-
Infinity War and Endgame worked really.
I love it.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Like you
Infinity
said, Gary, the
Yes,
the thing about Lord of the Rings was the story was so well constructed to begin with, so they had a great template to work from. But you look at all these. If you look at the big series that have been done in the wake of Lord of the Rings, like Twilight, like the Hunger Games, whatever trilogies have been done, they always start and stop those things, and they know, like, if they've got the subject matter, if they've got the books, why not plan to do all of them and do them all at the same time? But that's a lot of money to lay out, and the interest payments.
But is it today a lot of money? That's what it was back then, but today it seems like
it would be so
relatively-
much more, because they're so wasteful in Hollywood, and they're going to have to stop being wasteful, which is going to be incredibly hard, because you're asking an industry to contract, and corporate America, like the small businessman can contract. The small
all the
businessman,
time.
the lone owner can like, hey, I broke even this year. That's great. That doesn't work for corporate America. You always got to
they gotta
feed that
keep going.
trough.
Because they're addicted. They're addicted. But the thing is I don't know. I keep saying, after Godzilla -1 and the $15 million budget, you don't think that resets everything?
Oh, no, he's come out and said, someone said, this was a
less.
$15 million movie, and he went, I wish it was that.
Yeah,
much.
he did.
So
He
it
said that.
is
Yeah.
significantly low. Yeah.
It's less
He
than
was like, I
$15
wish I
million.
had $50 million to make this movie.
Well, that's the thing. I assume what George was getting at there was like the money you put into Secret Invasion. Could we actually have given that to
Where did
artists
that
and made
go?
another
Correct.
Lord of the Rings?
Yes, absolutely. You're absolutely right. Like that could have made a trilogy of films, really good films, in the right hands. Easily.
Well, Mahler you make a good point, because Peter Jackson was an indie filmmaker. Before he took on Lord of the Rings, he made Bad Taste, he made Meet the Feebles, he made Heavenly Creatures, and so, like, Heavenly Creatures is a beautiful film based on a true story that happened in New Zealand, but it also had these great fantasy sequences. So he had been building up this infrastructure in New Zealand of people with Richard Taylor and Weta. So he's like an indie guy. He was making his own prosthetics when he was doing things like Bad Taste. So Peter Jackson was a consummate filmmaker. The people that are working on these things now are hired hands. They don't have the knowledge and understanding of how to make movies the way that Peter Jackson did. And there's very few people in Hollywood who do.
But we do have directors like that, though, Robert. I mean, look at Rajamouli's RRR or his Bahubali. That's their version of Lord of the Rings.
Right. Well, and that's the Bollywood industry, though. They can do so much more with such less money. I mean, nowadays, look at what Marvel is hiring these directors that haven't worked their way up to do these tentpole properties, and they don't know how to make them work. And it's baffling to me.
It's like with Underworld. In the first movie, they had like 22 million or something to make the movie, and everyone they went to make the movie said it's going to cost $100 million.
Yeah.
And they said, well, we can't afford to do CGI, so they came up with actual ways to make the werewolves, like the special extender stuff on their feet and everything. They invented all that stuff to make it work. Because they had to, and this is the thing with all of it. Whereas now it was just CGI. It'll be someone else's job. I don't need to care about that.
That's look. Alex Proyas making The Crow. They went back and did model work and miniature work when they showed the city, when they showed Detroit, and it's really stylized, but it's a beautiful. I think The Crow is one of the greatest comic book adaptations
easily.
And again, a filmmaker who knew what he was doing.
Yep. Real quick, Magnum Norse for $100. Hail says something that I can echo. This trilogy saved my life. Here's $100. Here's $100. And thank you, brother. It was 10 years ago, 2 days ago. I just finished my brutal relapse. Wife kicked me out of the house. I was staying in a sober living environment, just sold the comic store. Life was shit. And you know what I did? When I needed to cope, I had a little laptop and I was watching the Lord of the Rings trilogy. You know,
That's
just to get my mind off things. And it relieved the pain a little bit. And that's what escapism does. It doesn't mean get lost in it, but it helps make things a little better for a little while. Helps you breathe. So I feel you there. Sorry, Disbrew, go ahead.
That's the interesting thing with entertainment as a whole. From Doctor Who, Russell T Davies was like, "Oh no, the kids, we need to give them hope." And now it's like, no, they need to be taught that they're all going to die in the future, and they need to do something about it. And there's an attitude change across all of entertainment that used to be the good guy always wins. There's something to save. There's something you should strive for. Improve your life so that you can become strong and like achieve something and be satisfied. And now it's just all dark and gritty, and you're all doomed, and everything's destruction. And nobody wants to watch that as entertainment. If you want to watch that, you can just walk out your house. You know, this is
Right.
The people making them have lost the kind of spark of hope. And
Well, they have. They have, because I think it's more about demoralizing people, dividing it. Entertainment like this, like Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, it united people. How many conversations have we had over the last 2 years since I've come on YouTube, or even as friends on the phone with most of it? You talk about that, whether you're on screen or you're off camera, you talk about it because there's so much special, so much magic to it. That's what people are missing today. And just like this Bruce said, the Russell T Davies of this world, they're out there trying to divide and demoralize.
There's something good in this world worth fighting for.
Yes.
Imagine if that scene had just been, we might as well give up. They're
And the
only
people-
horrible creatures.
And the people saying it are the smallest, quote unquote, weakest. They're not. They're actually the strongest characters that you follow in the story.
Yeah.
You know, so many people misinterpret this as this traditional story, and yeah, you're following around Aragorn, but you're following around. It's being told through the hobbits, the smallest people who no one takes serious. They're even called small by the elves. I love the language in the books is we are the wise and the mighty, and you little people, you can do stuff too, but that's the language of the day, and it's great, Arwen, this was written in the 50s. So it was breaking with a lot of tradition while bringing it back because Tolkien was so sick of irony. He was fucking fed up with it. He hated it. And I do too. We're back to that already. All the irony, and it's just fuck.
I mean, you could look at in terms of like how representation is done. No one ever says this, especially in the movies, but the hobbits, they're little people. And they might be, you could, if you want to say they're coded using the academic language of the day, they're people that are not up to snuff compared to the rest of the tall people in the what would we call it? Not height challenge or something. And at the end of the film, which is one of my favorite moments in all of cinema, when King Aragorn says, "You bow to no one."
Yes.
And the entirety of Middle Earth, I know it's a representation. It's not everybody in Middle Earth, but when they bow, I'm getting chills just thinking about that.
Yeah.
Even the effect shot. I mean, that's how you do it. These are people that it's all about the quality of your character. You might not be able to, I can't carry the ring, Mr. Frodo, but I can carry you, and what that's the kind of messaging our civilization needs more than ever.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, in the face of literal apocalypse, Mount Doom is about to explode. Mordor is about to take over Middle Earth. And these two guys that should be the first people to give up are right there at the end of the world.
See,
and one helps his friend.
I was just watching when Aragorn says for Frodo, he takes off towards Mordor. Who are the next two that take off before everybody else? Merry and Pippin.
Yep.
But you're right about it's an English mythology. It's very English to support the underdog. Everyone wants to be the underdog. There's always a difference between American comedy and English comedy. Americans want to be the big star of the show. The English want to be the destroyed person at the bottom who everyone like attacks. Which is why if an English person gets complimented, they always put themselves down because that's where they like. All our television is like ripping people down to be smaller, and so we would see ourselves as the hobbits in those stories rather than Aragorn, the big strong warrior who can just take anyone on. So it is a very English story in that way, that I'm not sure, unless you stuck to the original plot, like if it was taken to another culture and they put their values in it, I don't think it'd be told from that perspective. But because Peter Jackson was like, it's not about my values, it's about his values that we need to put into the movie, that's why it shone through, because it wasn't otherwise it would have been like influenced by American culture rather than English culture.
Yeah.
Well, Tolkien was terrified of that. I mean, that's why he originally had turned Disney down. But again, what Robert had said in the beginning of the stream, Tolkien was terrified that there was no English mythology. All the tales that had been passed down from grandfather to grandson or grandmother, all these bardic tales were lost. And he wanted to bring it all together. That's why when you come back to Rings of Power, and I'm like, Tolkien created one of the most diverse worlds ever. I mean, a mythological masterpiece. Then you have other people who are like, oh no, but it doesn't have enough diversity or representation.
And then incredible thematic value. Like, because just to echo the comments on that scene, they are literally the tallest being on one of the highest peaks of any man-made structure in the world, and then everyone else is kneeling below them, and the camera panning so that they become the tallest, right? Because it's above them and then it goes below to show it. It's like you got that aspect, but then what's the meaning of that? It's like, well, that these four have done things between them, if you add up all of their achievements, that put them basically above anybody, especially considering where they started for their agency, their power level. Like, it's absolutely nuts. There's something we talk about in the recording we've done where it's like, man, collect up all of what they've done, the four of them, like essentially assisting in killing the Witch King, destroying the ring itself, obviously for everything. Sam, all the efforts he's put in, and then it's just the stuff between them all. It's just like you'd never even believe it. But those four couldn't even tell the stories of what they've done back in the Shire, because it would just be like, that's insane. That doesn't make any sense. And it's so nice to have basically the entire cast recognize it. All those characters understand what they've done. And,
it's beautiful.
And I think the best thing about it is the four of them were the ones with the littlest hesitation in the Council of Elrond to get going on this. They're like, yep, we're up for this. We'll do it. Shire folk. And
when Merry and Pippin, don't forget, no, they're brilliant.
Fuck.
He's like, who are you? But in the book, Sam has one of these lines, when he thinks that Frodo is dead, and when he's trying to save Frodo, and he puts the ring on. It's the way Tolkien describes him. It's like all of a sudden his sight goes a little bit hazy, but his hearing is more pronounced and he feels stronger. And he gets these images, the temptation, where it's like, I am, Sam the strong, and I can say, he's like, nope. He's like, I'm a simple gardener.
I'm just a gardener.
It's about being humble, which is a message you don't have now. The message of the Marvels and everything is like how strong you are. You can do anything. It's like, no, you should, there's an element of knowing what you can do and being reasonable about it. It was the whole point of why Gandalf didn't want the ring, is because he realized that with that power, he could save the world. But by trying to use that power, he would destroy it and do the exact opposite of it. So he's like, no, you cannot tempt me with that thing. But I like about if they went back to the shower and started telling everyone all their stories, the only thing they'd be saying, how did you survive without second breakfast? That would be it would be a really small comment. It would be like, oh, you're heroes.
Real quick, and we'll get to everybody's super chat in a little bit. But the Grizzly for $100, and we appreciate it. And we appreciate everybody being here, by the way. This is great. I wish I could do this every day. What's happening right now, Disbrew, is the direct influence of government by intervention in entertainment. Civil War, Magical Society of and Don't Trust White People are all coming out during the most contentious election in our history in order to seize power. That's something that would sound conspiratorial, but after the Twitter files, I don't doubt it for a second. I think there's entities that try to push people in certain directions. I certainly believe that happens. And I have a video coming out about that tomorrow. So
if you
Take
you
a
guys have
look at
seen
that video.
the trailer for the Magical Society of, and
Mhm.
then a word I'm not even fucking sure I can say without getting banned.
I'm
Yeah.
just thinking the
So-
same thing.
Despite the
But,
fact that it's just a normal word in a foreign language, that's what gets me.
No, I know, but like I was kind of like, oh, this could be fun if they're like,
It
you know,
could be.
self-aware and all this.
There's a
and then
Key and Peele sketch. Have you seen the Key and Peele the battle
have,
of
yeah.
the magical?
Yeah.
It's freaking great. It's
There's loads you
hilarious.
can do with it, and then I watched the trailer, and it took what, like 15 seconds, where I was like, oh, it's gonna
Yeah.
be shit.
The magical
Oh, it's bad.
Nigerians, yeah.
Yeah,
the
that's
thing
it.
with
That's it.
the
The
thing with
second
all
half
of
of the film looks like the most generic romance movie ever as well.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And Alex, real quick, we'll get back to Lord. Alex Garland has done some good stuff, and he's done some stuff I don't think is good. So, what's that Civil War movie going to be like?
We'll see, I guess.
I don't know. It seems like pure fantasy because California and Texas are aligned.
Yeah. I think there's going to be more. Like, did you watch his show Devs that he did?
Yes.
That show, I had an existential crisis watching the second to last episode of that show. It was really interesting and compelling. And like he did Ex Machina, which is really good. Annihilation,
is
which
excellent.
was yeah,
Saw that,
Yeah. But he wrote 28 Days later,
28,
so
and then
That's
he
fucking
wrote
awesome.
Dread
Mhm.
too.
and Dread.
And so,
So-
I'm curious, but it does look a little on the nose there.
It looks
A
it
little.
looks on the nose, but like it could be really good as a concept and even entertaining if you went a little more sci-fi with it and based it in a little more reality than
I
California.
think it's going to be more than just what we've seen, because what we've seen is just obviously provocative, and the poster artist has guys with guns on the torch of the Statue of Liberty, and it's we'll see, but
It gave birth to a good meme though.
What about that? What about the movie?
What kind of Star Wars fan are you?
so funny.
Wasn't there a trailer released like 6 weeks ago or 8 weeks ago that it was similar to the history of the magical Nigerian? Wasn't it something about the prophet James?
I don't know.
Do you know what I'm talking about? There was
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. That movie looks really funny too. It was set in the time of Jesus.
But he was supposed to be the real Jesus or something.
Yeah, it looks pretty. That looks pretty. There's the movie now with Jeffrey Wright, American Fiction.
I haven't seen
That's the one of the best.
That's
ones.
the-
yeah, that
calling
looks
out
interesting.
Woke
Yeah.
Hollywood culture. And,
It's really. I've seen it. It's really good.
Okay.
It's very good, and
I
it's
will
one of the
check
best
it
movies
out.
of the year. And it does
coming out
not
soon.
it does not pull its punches.
the issue you'd have is
But-
that because the marketing is so one-sided, if you did twist it in the movie, you would only piss off the audience that actually attended. So I'm not sure that would work.
I know, but I mean, like if you may take a balanced approach towards something, it has a chance of telling us, if you want to get a message across, you don't demonize one side. You just tell that's what Star Trek did so fucking well.
tell a
They
good
never
story.
treated their audience like assholes or idiots. But back-
Until the last 6 years.
well, Kurtzman Trek is not Star Trek, by the way. By the way, Star Trek has to make money, and none of the Kurtzman Trek has made money at all. So,
Strange
hence
New
hence
Worlds.
Paramount stock prices and
and why Sherry Redstone's about to get bought out. But back to Lord of the Rings. Another interesting thing I want to point out is the time it came out. So 9/11 happened, and we had a couple of movies that hit that the public needed, right, and got at post 9/11 because America was a little down. Now, way more united than they are today, but they were a little down, a little shook up. And these two movies came out that were like just these really fun, hopeful romps about heroism. Spider-Man, Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter started showing up. So this is where Hollywood can do the most good. It's like, hey, we just took a big black eye. We're not feeling really good. Here's a fun movie. Here's some escapism. Go have some fun, have some hope. Not now. And that's the biggest thing missing from Hollywood. It's so nihilistic and so ironic and meta and
What's that postmodern philosophy crap?
postmodern
The
bullshit.
deconstructionism.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. For Hollywood has forgotten its job. They're the court jester.
It's worse than that. They've forgotten morality. Like, they have deconstructed morality so that now we've gone from some things are good, they're objectively good, and this is the way you should be, and if you're not, then you're doing the wrong thing, to, well, there's a range of moralities, and we can choose from any of them, and each one is equally as justified as the rest, and so I can just believe in a different reality, and I'm good, and you're good, except because I disagree with you, now I can write about how you're evil in this movie.
Correct. And it changes day to day, or based on whatever their goals are, right?
Yeah, you've got to keep up with them, right? Because they'll always be sure. It's like the super chat. It doesn't need like a central thing to change stuff. There's a lot of people who think that a company is just like a neutral organization and they're only interested in money. No, that's what they should be. But a company is made up of people, and those people have preferences and opinions, and depending on their power and how willing they're, like, if the less or further away they are from capitalism, the more likely they are to not care about profits and care about more about putting themselves into a movie, and then you end up with the company turning into just something that pushes a person's opinion rather than something that pushes a quality product to make money. And that's where Hollywood is now, which is why foreign movies, they can still make good stuff because they have the right values, they align with the audience, and they're there to make a good product.
That's why manga is is so popular.
Exactly.
I mean, seeing this new Godzilla film, Godzilla -1, where it is pure unfettered creativity by people that knew exactly what they were making. And the director, by the way, directed the live action Star Blazers movie, Space Battleship Yamato, which is only okay, but he's another director.
I have
it.
Yeah.
But
Is
he's
it good?
another. It's fun. You know, it's
right.
just
the ending's not great, but the build-up's pretty good.
But he was a director. He made a really cool movie in the aughts called Returner that's worth seeing. But he was a director that came up and understood how to make a movie and not spend a ton of money. But his films, he worked with a lot of visual effects and knew how to design a shot. Part of the reason that I think movies now are a little boring, and this Return of the King, if you look at all the effect shots, it's the design of the shots and the understanding of how to set up. Nowadays, you have people prevising stuff, and a bunch of people are doing, while they previs stuff, Peter Jackson was looking at all this. And they really understood from a directorial standpoint what each shot was supposed to convey.
It's like they told their own story as well within the story. Is that what you're saying?
100%.
Okay.
And like you look at when the Rohirrim show up, the Battle of Pelennor Fields. You know, I mean, these are triumphant movie moments that we're all waiting for. It's Han Solo showing up at the Battle of the Death Star in Star Wars. You know, let's blow this thing and go home. And these movies do not provide those. Look, Endgame on your left, the portal scene. You know, that's a Lord of the Rings-esque moment. You know, and harking back to Winter Soldier when Steve Rogers is running around the mall, it's a callback, and it shows these people knew exactly what they were doing. Marcus and McFeely that wrote those movies knew what they were doing, and this film is so well constructed that you get moments within moments within moments, and we just don't have people in Hollywood that know how to make movies like that anymore.
Well, I can tell you, I was getting divorced when it came out, so I loved watching it. Like what Gary was saying about Return of the King, how it impacted him. To me, it was a breath of fresh air. It's like I went there midnight for the first showing. I was like, okay, this is, okay, getting divorced. We move forward, always forward. And I was like, this is the great way to start.
It's kind of interesting how you're all talking about how it was like for you guys in those moments of your life. I was a youngin'. So I was just, when I was watching this, and that was the crazy thing to find out, is like the part of the podcast that I run, my co-hosts were too young to see it in theaters. I was basically one of the perfect ages, I would argue, where I was so young, the world was still completely magical. And then watching films like this in a theater, I've often said it was basically one of the core memories I have for why I was like, film is one of the greatest things that we've ever made. And that I can't wait to see what else we'll have, decades from now, when technology is even better, when people have learned from Lord of the Rings and other things to make incredible things. And here I am, just being like, well, time to rewatch Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
nice reminder. But it was an incredible experience in the theater to watch something like that.
What did you feel when you saw it? Like, were you just blown away? Was it something you expected?
Oh, absolutely. I wanted to. I think by the time you hit the Rohan scenes in Return of the King, I wanted to be there. I wanted to
Yeah.
hang out with everybody. I wanted to be in that world. It seemed like such a cozy, wonderful, friendly, and like interesting, fun world that rewards sort of merit and good character.
Yeah.
There's a complete, like as mentioned before, this escapism where the credits hit, you're like, right, okay, anyway, like back to you know.
Do you know the scene that still gives me goosebumps? It's one of my favorite. I love the charge of the Rohirrim. I love the King's Speech, but it is that silent, that moment when Gandalf tells Pippin about death. Oh no, death's just
Yeah, so
eternity.
that's one of those moments within a moment in a moment that Robert was talking about, because you have a troll banging down the door, the Gondor soldiers are right there, and then everything mutes, quiets down, and Gandalf comforts Pippin with one of the greatest speeches ever, and it's just like this really sweet, quiet moment, and you go from like, oh shit, to oh, that's nice. You know, that's
Truly, Lord of the Rings has everything.
Well,
every like it benefits from almost every like choice of writing style, and it's something for everybody in it, so to speak.
Well,
Gary,
think about it. How would Hollywood say it today? I mean, they would do it in a downer way. You're gonna fucking die, you know. And Gandalf's in there. Oh no, it's just a journey. It's just another journey. You know.
Gary, you one of your members, Ruby, mentions one of my favorite scenes in this movie is the lighting of the beacons to tell Rohan that Gondor calls for aid. And you know, you have again one of the hobbits has to make his way up and light that beacon. And it's just a scene. Once it's not, no one's fighting, but the way it's shot and the music, Howard Shore's score, and the camera, you know, they're using, and you're looking at the mountains and the beacons, and as they light in the distance, I mean, these are effect shots using actual live action photography of the New Zealand landscape, and that it's so. Again, I'm thinking about it. It gives me goosebumps because you're just like, yes. And it's another example of watching a Hobbit that's not Sam or Frodo make a stand and flip the switch that's going to bring in the troops that are going to save the day. You know, and it's like, a wonderful scene.
Like, do you know how much better that is than I know this is going to sound like sacrilege, but that is not the way it happened in the book. But I love Jackson's interpretation of that 10 times better, because in the book, Denethor wasn't, you know, insane. He's the one who had the soldiers light the beacon.
Right.
And when I always wanted to ask Jackson, what inspired you to do that? Because I felt like
he wasn't insane, but he was getting corrupted and blackpilled by the Plantier. So,
right. But it's just the way Jackson did that. I was like, I like that. Depressed.
And to cap it off with Aragorn realizing, sprinting to Theoden, and we have all that set up where Theoden's pretty mad about Gondor, pretty bitter. But he's like, you know, Gondor calls for aid. There's that pause, Theoden, and Rohan will answer. It's like, yes,
it represents hope. That's and again, it's the music that absolutely makes that scene. That is some of the best music in the entire soundtrack. And Howard Shore not only composed this, he conducted it, and not many do that. And
10 times better than Bear McCreary.
Bear McCreary was really good in Battlestar Galactica, not good on Rings of Power.
If you look into some of the things Bear's talked about with some of the work that he does, the one I have a bit more experience with is God of War Ragnarok. He talks about how whenever he was running out of sort of ideas or motivation, you'd return to the script and look at the ideas within the game and be like, okay, so this is the kind of music I need. This is blah, blah, blah. And I was applying to that. I was like, man, what would he do if he was running out on Rings of Power? You return to the script. Like, what can you draw from the script? It's like nothing. So, I don't think it was much of a passion project, Rings of Power, but it's one that, because he unlike Ramin Djawadi, I don't think I've ever heard a bad soundtrack from Ramin, despite the fact that he's worked on many things that are terrible. So you know, it's different levels of composers like work that have different effects. The other thing I was going to bring up, by the way, in reference to the whole Gondor Rohan like alliance, there's several moments in the film where whenever we see Osgiliath or the beginning of like Minas Tirith falling, it's depressing. It's harsh. There's just death, blood, and fear everywhere. But they keep intercutting, going back to Rohan repairing, warm colors, camaraderie, all this strength and courage and this willingness to go in. And when that, I think that does a hell of a lot of a job to set up the Pelennor Fields fight. We finally, like, you know, Minas Tirith falling apart, fire everywhere. It's the world of men, it's getting crushed, and then this huge cavalry force of the other side of the force of men to come into like we're gonna fucking save you. It's so invigorating. It's amazing.
Totally.
Yes, and just the look on Theoden's face when he sees the hordes of Mordor right there, and he's like, "Fuck!"
Yeah.
But we're gonna do this anyway. Yeah.
Who is the orc general? I just forgot his name.
Gothmog.
Gothmog. That's right. When he looks and he sees them charging, you see that eye. The one eye is kind of like. Now, here's a question. Because I always love to ask what people think when you take
that was your disabled representation. Remember that one? She wasn't represented. She was.
What do you think? Do you think that Jackson handled the Army of the Dead better there or in the book? Because in the book, after Aragorn gets them to abide by their oath, they go and defeat the Corsairs of Umbar, and then they go on their merry way. But again, here's a point where I like the way they saved Minas Tirith.
Yeah. Cinematically, I think it works. It obviously works. It's the greatest trilogy ever made.
Yep.
I still think
Amen.
I love this. This is my favorite movie trilogy ever.
There we go.
I think the book is better, but that's the way I've always thought. Oh, we lost Rob. He'll come back.
You think they could ever make this into a series, like a like game, not Game of Thrones, but with
another reality? If there is
reality,
actually a multiverse and we can walk through CERN where people still have common sense and there's still creativity and Hollywood still wants to make money and doesn't hate half the country, sure.
Okay.
I think you could,
but not in our reality.
I think you could easily make entertainment good again. You just have to pick up Hollywood out of California and move it somewhere else.
Yeah. You need that. Like, I completely
or it can
agree.
be shoved down.
And that's happening. Like Hollywood has put so many fucking rules on themselves that they can't make this anymore. And we all talked about this with the Rings of Power. They cannot make this anymore.
But they
If this
can't
came out
their
today, we'd be talking for hours about how this makes no sense. How did this get made? It doesn't line up with anything that we know. Who the fuck made this?
Well, you can. Amazon has their 50% policy of the DEI. You can't have a script that's not written by 30% of this representation. You can't have a casting director. Before you even start.
This has Tolkien's DNA, a devout Catholic who did not like socialism, but was an environmentalist, like was a conservationist. He wasn't a big fan of a big corporate machine either.
He hated it.
Hated it. He was a man at a time, as he said. You couldn't make this today.
That was his whole thing about Saruman. He represented that whole modern iron metal industry. He wanted a simpler time. He despised war.
The Shire is what he wanted.
Yeah, the traditional Englishman is the Shire. It is a little town next to a river with a very limited amount of people, and everyone knows each other as they walk around the town. That is what traditional England is, and that's what he grew up in.
Well, that Shire intro in Fellowship was like they like food, they like good drink, they like just hanging out.
Yeah.
And, that's that.
Yeah. So when you talk about environmentalism within that context, you mean, well, don't throw crap in the river that we're next to because you'll destroy the river. It's not the modern.
That's just common courtesy. That's just taking care of your. But there's a series that I watched a long time ago that reminds me. It's called. I think it's. Oh my God! It's about a veterinarian. I just forgot the name. It's about a veterinarian in a little small town. He takes care of everybody's animals. Then he brings an assistant on. It's a British show, an English show. Do you know what I'm talking about? Is it Heavenly Creatures or Everything Great and Small?
Everything Great and Small was a show. I've not
Everything Great and Small. Everything Great and Small. Yeah, it had that very same feeling.
On the note of Saruman and
all
creatures great. Thank you.
The dramatic differences and then aesthetic choices and loads of tiny details. I've always loved that. Gandalf's staff, right? It's like the winding wood, the Gandalf the Grey staff. So it just looks kind of like a tree branch that's been, modeled. And then Gandalf the White, it's like a very refined wooden sculpted sort of thing. So it feels like, the first staff is like nature, second staff is like man's wonderful symbiosis with nature. And then you have Saruman's that is almost representative of his tower, the spiky steel. And it's just like stuff like that I love. Like you didn't have to do that, but you made it really consistent and you made me understand like exactly what's happening just with imagery, let alone all the amazing work with the performances and the dialogue and everything else. It's the amount of detail that they don't mind if you miss, but your brain doesn't typically miss it.
But see, they missed that. They missed that in the theatrical release, though. Think about it. When you have Gandalf and Saruman facing off with one another, right there, when he calls him, Gandalf Greyman.
Greyhame?
Greyhaim, and you have Gandalf sitting here in white because he is what Saruman should have been. I mean, the audience misses that if they don't watch the extended edition, or where you see Merry and Pippin right in the storehouse, right in Saruman's storehouse, and all the food and drink and smoke.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Sorry,
the
Jet.
use-
Kicked
It's okay.
out. Got a command on Stream Elements I've never seen before.
but it used to be a common thing in movies where you might have to watch something 2 or 3 times, God forbid, to actually get all of the details. Whereas now they tend to do it in threes, right? So they'll just show you the item. Then they'll zoom in on the item, and then you'll have someone go, by the way, have you seen this item that's really important?
Are you crazy? This thing is like this.
And so I don't think there's anything wrong with audiences missing something. As long as all the story beats are there, you can have different layers of a movie that people need to rewatch to get. I think that's a good thing.
On that note, in our watch through, we had a friend of mine who was obsessed with Lord of the Rings. He didn't notice ever until this watch through. He'd seen the movies like 1,000 times. That in the battle outside of the Black Gate, when the eagles hit the Nazgul, you see a Nazgul fall off his fell beast, and he's just like, ah.
Yeah, it's cool.
And he was like, I never noticed that before, and I was like, yeah, it's fucking awesome. It's like you can just see that. Rags was saying he didn't notice that when Legolas climbs onto the Oliphant, Mumakil, whatever, its trunk tries to knock him off, and he avoids it. It's just like, yeah, there's loads of tiny details that are amazing in this film, and you get to enjoy it multiple times. It's got hyper replay value, possibly the highest. I'm not even sure what would compete with it.
I don't think anything. And the 4K versions are so good.
Yeah.
They are so freaking good.
And the sound in those
sound
4K.
And you gotta, Rob, you gotta watch the 4K versions on disc to get that sound.
Yes, you do. And I'll tell you something. I'm glad you mentioned that, physical media, but unfortunately the extended versions don't have our appendices, the documentaries anymore, because they figure people have them all, so they haven't re-released them. I wanted to say one of the things I love about Jackson in these movies is he's not afraid to just go full on, in a way, goofy heroics. Like at the Battle of Helm's Deep, when Legolas rides the shield down the stairwell.
Yes.
I mean, that is a bold move, because in a movie like this, that could be seen as goofy. Or when Legolas on the Mumakil, going down the trunk. I don't think a lot of filmmakers could have pulled it off, but because they have everything surrounding it, Peter can push it and get away with those moments. He does it way too much in the Hobbit movies.
Yeah.
It's too goofy. The goofiness in the Hobbit movies is too much. But in this, he knows exactly when to employ it, and it works. And
the
that
theater erupted when erupted in applause after that.
Dude,
and not just in the first opening weekend. I'm talking weeks. People are still going back and they're like cheering at that scene. So,
but it fit within the universe because he was an elf. So you're like, well, okay, they can do things that other people can't. But when everybody could do it, that's when it would seem goofy, because it's like, well, what rules have they?
Not to be a dick about it, but like we'll avoid the Hobbit as much as we can, I suppose. It's just that I had to get a clip from that barrel scene. That goes on for like 10 years, that
Way
scene.
too long.
And every character is doing wacky Legolas level elf shit. And it's like, what have you done?
Well,
what is this?
Dwarves are badass. Like, they have abilities.
That's not in question.
They're supposed to be small, stout, and strong.
But it going too long and being a Looney Tunes cartoon.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That was the problem. That was the big problem. I still watch The Hobbit, though. I do.
I'd still watch it myself.
Unapologetically. Yeah. I do, because
Absolutely.
I like that world.
There's still, we make reference to it, but like the Gollum scene in The Hobbit is fantastic.
Yeah. Fucking great.
Excellent work.
And I do like the casting of the dwarves.
Yes,
in The Hobbit, they're all. I mean, the people like Graham McTavish and stuff. They're, and I have to say it's goofy, but like when they're doing the dishes and stuff, I'm like, that's okay.
I'll take the dishes scene 100 times over the barrel scene.
100, me too. But they should have left the goofiness with the dishes scene, because it might have been goofy and fun, but it also shows that they're a very effective team. They're showing you in a fun, entertaining way that these guys are a commando squad that is going to get the job done. So I thought it worked, but then they kept making it goofy. Whereas this movie shies away from that. I mean, it's funny because when you watch the beginning of I'm with Mahler, didn't you say Fellowship was your favorite?
Oh yeah, I love
There,
Fellowship so much.
I agree. And the funny thing about Fellowship is if you go back and you watch the beginning, you know, when we go to the Shire for the first time, there's a lot of fun, entertaining, and by the it seems like a totally, and it has to be a totally different world from the time you are at the Battle of Minas Tirith to see where Jackson takes you from the Shire all the way to this apocalyptic battle on the edge of the end of the world. It just works. And the entire journey, everything about the trilogy has brought you need every piece that you've seen previously in both movies and then all the scenes in Return of the King to tee up what's happening at the end. There's nothing extraneous. It all works together like a great symphony. And it's really hard to do that, but they do it beautifully in this movie.
They do.
All three movies.
I watched Return of the King this morning, right? And I'm like, I'm ready to watch the trilogy again after we talk about it if I have time. But damn, it's incredible. I'm watching this movie, the Shelob scenes, right? And I was doing this a lot with the viewing with Mahler, and we mentioned it earlier. It's like this thing's 20 years old, and it still looks freaking good. Like it looks really good.
I will
like
stand the Balrog and Shelob, and basically every CG shot in this is incredible. The amount of integration and time they took to make it work is something you just don't see anymore. It's really a sad lost art at this point.
And again, the design of the shots, the actual physical, where the camera is or the virtual camera and how the movement, you really need people that understand that as opposed to like, let's make a bunch of stuff happen on the screen.
No, they made it look like a painting, a fantasy painting. There's so many shots, like after Faramir is, you know, on his way to his supposed death, and you know, after Pippin finishes singing, there's just a little quiet scene of Gandalf sitting down in a courtyard, and it's framed like a fucking fantasy painting. It's beautiful, and it's just a little shot.
Well, they had John Howe and Alan Lee, two of the greatest Tolkien
that helps
painters. I mean, and the fact that Peter Jackson went and got these guys that had been painting Tolkien's work for years and said, "Look, you need to come work on this movie because I want it to look like your paintings." And who would do that today?
I think as well, when it comes to like CGI and stuff, there's different parts that humans are better at detecting. So like when it comes to humans, we're very good at the uncanny valley kind of stuff. But when it's like dinosaurs or strange things that you don't see very often, it ages a lot better because we've never seen it. So you can't pick out all the particularities that would show that it was unusual. And so the more that if you can do something in real life or with miniatures and you do it, the film ages 10 times better than if you just use CGI for everything. It's like just out of the lazy kind of we'll fix it that way. And that's when things really show their age. The CGI improves at a massive speed.
It does. Denethor, Denethor was great in this. John Noble, he was brilliant as the Black Pillar. And dude, but it's so Shakespearean and dramatic, and it's so well done in this. And I'm a big fan of I've mentioned this a million times, so forgive me, of the BBC radio show. I think the Lord of the Rings BBC radio show is the finest audio thing ever made. To the how they just did the sound work on that one, where it's a bunch of guys standing around a mic, but they make it sound like you're outside. They make it sound like you're inside, and it's great on a good set of headphones. And you know, the Denethor is really different in that, but they like Noble still captured a lot of this stuff. The Saruman is really different. They play with the voice more, right? Because he's got this really soothing voice at times. Gandalf, hello, and then he turns into a dick really quick. And Christopher Lee did that a little bit. But you know, that's one of the first things. You know, after I didn't even know it existed until the movies came out. Then it was at the warehouse I used to work at, and I fucking bought it immediately, and I still have it. I've damn near worn it out. It's my other favorite thing. So if there's other things you're interested in, go check it out. But Denethor in the movies, little different. I have no problem with it because overall. What here? I've got a quote I've got the quote from Peter. Hang on. Right here.
Did you have some kind of mechanism, in a sense, so that you could make sure that you were true to Tolkien? Well, we didn't want to put any of our own, certainly in terms of the thematic material, we didn't want to put any of our own baggage. I mean, we had no interest in putting our messages into this movie, but we thought that we should honor Tolkien by putting his messages into it. And we thought he cared about things. The countryside and the rise of evil, and he cared passionately about certain issues. And we thought what we should do to honor him is to make sure that what he cared about ends up in the movie. That's what we tried to do.
When was the last time you heard that about a movie?
Bravo.
You're like never at this point.
That should be played for every director, every cast and crew before every movie, especially when they're taking on an adaptation.
Yeah.
Play that.
It's like
By
that
the way,
comic
talking
book
about-
store bloke. I just want his quote on every single writer's room. Nobody cares about you or your life. That's the only thing that should just be on every wall.
Glenn O'Leary. Glenn
Yeah.
O'Leary. Guy's
That,
a rock star now.
When talking about the cinematography, by the way, just I've linked it. That shot in Fellowship is it's one of many that are just like they stay in my brain forever. It's just like, how did you? Oh, that's perfect. It's so wonderful, and it captures fantasy as far as I'm concerned. Almost entirely. It's just such a foundation.
I'm pulling it up. Give me just
Sweet.
a sec.
And you know what? While you're pulling it up, I was going to say something this does that is so important. I would argue, in terms of like the progress fantasy can make, is that Theodred's funeral, right? That would be a time where everything has to be very serious, taken very serious, and it is. But like, you can take a step back for a second and realize there's a man dressed as a wizard in that funeral scene. You'd be like, oh, is that going to take people out? Is that goofy? Is that silly? And it's like, well, no, because everyone in universe, he's a part of it. He's taken completely seriously. It's important that he's there, and he has some of the most poignant things to say at the funeral. Like it's the kind of thing you realize where we've talked about it before, but like Marvel is a great example of just they keep making fun of themselves because they're like self-conscious. But like Lord of the Rings doesn't, it doesn't have any insecurities. It is what it is. You can come and enjoy it or not. It's completely up to you.
It's an interesting thing if you've ever played virtual reality games, is that your brain can accept anything. Like, you can be dropped into like a square block Minecraft world, and your brain just goes, oh, this is reality now, and everything makes sense.
Right.
But when you're in movies, to be drawn into something, every single rule needs to make sense, and it needs to all fit together, and you can't break it. If you make a foundational rule of the universe, it has to be the same for everybody. If you can do that, your brain just accepts whatever they see on the screen. But if you start breaking it, it pulls you out and you can't get back in because there's something like hard coded into you that this is weird, this is wrong. And I think it's probably like an evolutionary sign of danger that there's something weird here and you need to be cautious. So you can't get into the movie.
What is interesting too about this is I think that Jackson and his team sometimes they do push their reality. They stylize reality. Like one of the shots when Saruman says, to war in Two Towers, there's a camera move that's kind of impossible, and part of a virtual camera is you have to make it so it's still believable. But when the camera pulls down and it goes across the tops of the orcs and the goblins with their pikes and everything, that could never happen. But again, you still buy it, like you were just saying. You buy into it because you understand it's stylized, and there's that is a gift, that is a skill that a director and his team can do. Because if you're creating a fantasy reality, we have to believe all of it. Everything that you see, every single shot, every single creature, all the design has to work together. And you can see in the Star Wars, the original Star Wars movies, by the time you get to Return of the Jedi and you're in Jabba's court, the design of the creatures like Max Rebo or Cy Snoodles, it's pushing, it doesn't quite work as much as it worked in Star Wars and Empire. The design of these creatures has to work. And in Lord of the Rings, all through these films, as fantasy as they push things, you still believe it all. It still all works together. That's why when you see, I was really curious when Shelob shows up. That's going to be a tough. A giant spider.
Yeah.
Is it going to work? Are they going to be able to pull that off?
Yep.
My God, you believe that spider is real at scale. That's a hard thing to do. And they nailed it.
A lot. They nailed a lot of stuff. That was, I mean, even, the big change of representing Sauron and making him the Eye of Sauron. It absolutely works in every way. And I think it stems from their approach. And Robert, they wanted to film this like a history.
Yep.
Right. And the way it's shot, it looks like a damn painting. And I'm not going to pull it up. It's a shot of Aragorn and Arwen on the bridge. That's such a fucking great shot. And there's so many. I can't even find the one I was looking for. I was looking for a shot, but there's like, all the shots of Mordor, dude. Like getting Mordor right. But yeah, I was blown away in the theater, for one, how quiet it was for the Shelob scene when Frodo's walking in and Shelob's like on the top of the ridge walking around like all quietly. I'm like, oh, that looks like a fucking spider, like a real spider.
Right.
Yeah. It's like, holy shit.
Like, the forced perspective stuff and the effort they took to, when filming from the back, they would probably have kids, and then at the front, the hobbits are played by their actors on their knees, or, all this effort they put into make you believe the size differences. What was great for me as a kid watching it, I never even entertained the idea that wasn't the case. I was just like, that's a real short actor. The right guy. That's how much I completely bought into it. There was only special features a few years later, if not like 1 year later, that I saw stuff, and I was like, what? Like the table they had when Gandalf and Frodo were talking to each other, where it's like moving with the camera to help with the force perspective. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my God. It's amazing.
And again, they had to figure that out. It's so well done.
It's unbelievable.
It is. Robert's got to go do stuff. Take care of puppies or something. Do whatever you do.
Too many puppies. I want to thank you for inviting me this stream, and it's such a, to celebrate this movie. It really does represent Hollywood at its finest. And, I think when you have people in a team that really know what they're doing, that are also in control of their own destiny, you get this kind of thing. And I would hope to see more of this, because Hollywood's in trouble now when it comes to making movies and making their corporate minders happy. There needs to be more of this. And I think this is a great example 20 years on to look at. There are many lessons to be learned from this trilogy, and we should, the powers that be need to learn them. And
the blueprints are there, and you worked on them. The blueprints are there to watch whenever you want.
Yep. The appendices, meaning the special features, it's 10 hours per film, and that doesn't even include the audio commentaries.
Nope.
So
it's absolutely amazing.
It's amazing.
That's why you hang on to those old discs, Just hang on to them. All right, brother. Hey,
doing the Lord's work. Happy holidays to everybody.
Happy holidays to you, my friend. Happy Hanukkah to you, my friend. And we will talk sooner than later, brother.
And everybody should watch Mahler's videos. I watch them multiple times, and I learn something every time.
Wednesday, we got the big Lord of the Rings video that you're in a portion of. So
wow, I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait to watch it.
It's going to be awesome.
All right.
Go subscribe to the Network. Ladies and gentlemen, take care, brother.
I'll see you later.
And now it's just us. So one of these shots I'm going to bring, because remember that every time we bring up Rings of Power, I know it's early in the day. Take a drink your eggnog or whatever, because we're going to bring it up.
We're going to bring it up.
We're going to bring it up. No, I don't want that. I want to share this little shot of Mordor here. Boop-a-doop-a-doop, boop. There we go. If it shows. There we go. Yeah. Oh, wait. Hang on. It helps. There you go. So think about Halbrand walking into Mordor. That was filmed a couple years ago, and this was filmed 20 years ago. And this is an epic fantasy shot. Like, this is what fantasy painting would look like. This is like your Song and Ice and Fire calendar, or your Lord of the Rings calendar would have a shot like this for whatever month, for October or something. 20 fucking years ago. And it's essentially a matte painting. You know, it's fucking astounding, dude. And no, so they're spending not adjusted for inflation. The Marvels cost more than the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Not adjusted for inflation. Is that
Not
weird?
adjusted for
When
inflation.
you say trilogy, you mean the entire trilogy?
The entire trilogy.
Oh god.
Well, what about the fact that Rings of Power, when you put in what they paid for the rights plus the first season, what, 750 million almost?
Yeah, so that's a lot of semantics. We were arguing, right? People were going, "Oh, it wasn't $1 billion series. They only paid, $250 million for the rights or whatever, a little less than that."
Plus what, 450 for the first season?
Plus 450 for the first season, plus another 4 into the second season that they had already put up money for. They're going to film a third season. They're talking about doing back to back now.
Yeah, they started pre-production last month.
Second.
No,
yeah,
the second's finished. They just started pre-production on the third, which when you and I talked last year, we were saying that we didn't think it was going to go past the third. Like, they're doing this for pure ego.
I'm not sure Wheel of Time will go past third because all the others have been renewed before the season had been filmed. Well, now season 3 has been filmed and 4 hasn't been renewed. So
yeah,
looks like it's gone.
Prime Video doesn't bring in any money for Amazon. They don't need it to. They need it to drive subscribers and Prime memberships. And I promise you, reaches more people than this fucking show.
And
it
they
costs
want
a
to
lot
foot
less.
in the streaming race as well, just in case, right? They want to be like, we're here too, just in case this does kick off.
Well,
Their
Netflix did the.
calculation
Oh, go on.
Their calculation is screwed as well because the way they count whether a Prime subscription was bought in by a viewer was the first time you watch anything on Amazon Prime, you get that Prime subscription. So you could have been like subscribing for Amazon months ago, but the first time you use that service, they get credit for your renewal. So it's insane.
Right,
It's not linked to new people coming in at all.
Yeah, Disparew's right. But the other thing is you can tell how much it failed is because every time, whether it was Salky talking about it or the Bobbsey twins of Payne and McKay, they would change the metrics. Remember, you had an Amazon analyst who fell asleep watching the first 3 episodes when he gave his interview to Business Insider. And he was saying, well, one of the ways they're going to gauge this is that, okay, if you just signed up, just like this Brew perfectly said, if you just signed up right now for Amazon Prime and then you watched Rings of Power, that's a victory. But it's like, wait a minute. Then they were like, if you watch Rings of Power within a month of signing up for Amazon, it's like,
it's the first show. So it could be like 8 months later, and they'll be like, well, it's the first show we watched. That got us on Amazon Prime. And unlike other things where it's like, well, it's a monthly sub, maybe you pay like 10 quid for a month, and so you only get that 10 quid. Amazon Prime's really expensive. Lots of people do the annual discounts, and so they get the entire thing. So it makes it look on paper that they submit to somebody that it's really profitable, and it isn't.
Here's the question. What is the watch time that they count? Is it like, well, I just clicked on it and the trailer came up, the credits?
We saw the percent that got to the end. I think that counts for all of it.
Remember when the episode restarted? The second episode? Remember when they threw that commercial in there and it restarted the fucking episode? You knew that was weird. Oh, by the way, I was on Amazon Prime yesterday. And they're starting to put commercials for themselves before their stuff now. So that's a precursor to ads. So I had an ad on my Amazon Prime. It was for Amazon. It was for Alexa or something like that. But that they're just starting.
I think we've had that for a while.
I always found it funny in the comments when whenever I put out a Rings of Prime video. There's been twice people like, you realize there was an Amazon video about Rings of Power.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And I was like, I'm trashing your show and you're advertising your show.
Because it's just keyword search, right?
I know, but it's funny.
The best quote I remember was from one of the sources for, I can't remember the article, but it literally said, the reason why this will be a success is because it needs to be. And if it isn't, you'll never know. They're an analytics company and they can make those numbers say anything they want.
Yeah, so we'll get back to Return of the King in just a second. But Netflix just did the strangest flex. I'm sure Disparu. They went out and showed their numbers like they said they would. And it's funny. It's up until a certain time. But so The Night Agent was the number 1 show on Netflix. My wife loved it, by the way.
What's that?
I have no idea. You have to ask Mrs. Nerdrotic.
Oh, is that the CIA guy where he's in
yeah,
a-
yeah, something like
Yeah,
that.
it's quite decent. It's good.
Okay.
Not incredible, but it's good.
But The Witcher was like way down the list.
Oh.
And it was a flex of like, we're Netflix now, we're profitable. Sure, we'll show you the numbers. All right, some of them aren't great, but now this forces every other streamer to do the same, which they will not do. And the other thing it showed was how embarrassing it is for the WGA and the Film Actors Guild, because nobody watches this shit. The numbers are so low, like we said, and that's why most of the streamers, they're going to be forced to be transparent, and when they do that, the actors and the writers are going to find out that they ain't getting paid.
Right. No,
Both the WGA and SAG-AFTRA knew this, because whenever they said, oh, we want a levy on subscribers or we want more money, the studios came back and went, okay, how about we tie it to how many people watch it? So if you get half, we'll give you a massive bonus. And they went, no.
And they went, no, exactly. It's purely performance based. And guess what? If you're in like One Piece or something, you're going to do pretty well as an actor. You're going to make some money.
But not if you're Rachel Zegler, who's like, I want to be paid for every hour that it streams.
There's a disconnect between where they think the money is coming from. They think they get paid by the studios and not the audience. And as long as that happens, they'll keep crapping on them.
Yep. So we got a $100 super chat from JT, and again, we'll get to the rest in a little bit. Thank you all. JT for $100 says, I left the Two Towers on opening night at maximum nerd rage over how PJ changed the story from the books, leaving out the best ending ever written. Have never watched Return of the King on principle. Gary, after your years of shilling, you've convinced me to give it a watch.
Good Lord.
Good God.
I almost envy you.
Okay, that ending, I mean, like, go to the next movie. What are you doing? Dude.
Watch it.
Like, God. That is 2 decades of blue balls, brother.
Has a lot of built up stress there.
JT, I was sitting behind a guy in Fellowship who fucking hated it. He's like, too many changes from the book. Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, you're crazy, dude. You're crazy. It was some old hippie. When I walked out of Fellowship, like I was 30 something. I felt like I just saw Star Wars again. You fucking piece of shit.
What happened there? We don't even have the Elgato screwed.
No, we don't. It's I don't know what the hell's going on.
Is your camera overheating or
it's overheating? Yeah, but it's not supposed to overheat.
I've just literally got like a computer 5-volt fan that's USB powered and just stuck it on the back of my camera.
No, maybe there's a timeout thing that I haven't found yet. But
well, tell me when you do.
Yeah, but the reason it times out is because of it would overheat otherwise.
Overheat, yeah. I have a thing covering the viewfinder that doesn't, so the LCD screen doesn't come on, right? At least it's not supposed to.
Yeah, now tell me, when y'all saw it, did you see everyone dressed up? The night that I went for the first Fellowship of the Ring,
I'm from Britain, so no.
Yeah, no, we don't do that kind of thing over here.
So when I went into it, like my expectations were pretty mid. Like I saw the trailer, trailer looks pretty good. So I was like, that this is such an impossible thing to adapt. It is fucking impossible. So if we get a semi-decent movie, I will be over the moon. And when I walked out of it going, I just watched an all-time classic. And again, this is what I felt walking out. I'll be real. Empire. I was really young when I saw Star Wars. I was 7. But like Empire, I just saw something special, like all-time classic. I kind of got that feeling when I walked out of Godzilla -1 too. Not as much as Lord of the Rings, but I did get that feeling. And I'm like, wow, can they do it for 2 more movies? The story I like to tell is this was back in the day. So you didn't have access to movies that easy. You had DVDs, of course. My wife's cousin got a screener for Two Towers right after it was out of the movie theater, right? So the DVD was not available yet. And I'm on a flight. I'm on a flight to the UK. So I'm watching Two Towers on my laptop, and this mom taps me on the shoulder and says, "Is it okay if my son just watches the screen?" So I pulled out my other headphone, and I let the kid listen. And me and the kid sat there in the plane, and watched the movie. And when we looked up, dude, people were gathered around the seats watching us. And you know, I had the subtitles on, right? So people could read the movie, and we had a crowd around us in the fucking plane. That's how big this was.
So you had your own screener for
totally
everybody.
natural.
Yeah.
No. The first time when I went to Fellowship, I was like, okay, no, I want to go to the premiere show. I always used to love going to the very first show. So it's midnight. I'm like, I'm going to get there 20 minutes early, just in case. Maybe there are a few Tolkien fans. Nobody's going to be there. I'm like, it's just this day and age. Who's going to watch Tolkien? I get there and I'm like 3 parking lots over. I'm like, everybody's dressed up. I'm like, holy shit, I had to wait an hour and a half to get in the. I'm like, you all love Tolkien too? They're like looking at me like, yeah. I mean, they were, Legolas, Gimli, everybody was. What an experience. But that was the same thing with Star Wars. I was the same age when I watched Star Wars. Those were the days when you had to wait. People used to camp out at the movie theater. The lines would go for 2 or 3 days. You'd sit there.
I remember the first time I went to, because UK did it way before us, and they had assigned seating, and I'm like, what the fuck is assigned seating? That's un-American. But now we do it. Yeah, watching Return of the King was so effing satisfying. I remember the only criticism I heard, and I still think it's absolutely fucking insane to this day, is the endings.
The scouring of the shot.
Well, no, the extended endings.
Oh.
Leaving out the scouring, I understand cinematically it would feel anticlimactic. Plus, it would add a bunch of time. In the book, it really works. You really think so? You really think it would have added to see that Merry and Pippin ended up becoming leaders and Sam becomes a mayor? If you told it as somebody telling a story, maybe, but it would add so much time to the end. That's what Return of the King is, dude. It's a big ending. That's all it is.
I do think if it were there, we would right now be talking about whether or not they should have kept that.
Really?
Yeah, I think we'd be saying like, I wonder, considering everything, if maybe think of the scenes where they're getting out of Mordor and then crowning Aragorn. I'm not sure exactly, because you'd have to fit it between that and then when Bilbo's leaving with Gandalf and stuff. It's like. I'm not sure exactly how well it fits, but at the same time, if they intended to put it in there from the beginning, I'm sure Peter Jackson could have made it work.
Yeah,
because I have a lot of faith in the production team behind that set of films.
For my own political reasons, I would love for them to put it in, because some interpret, including yours truly, that the Scouring of the Shire is a little bit of a commentary and satire on socialism.
Oh, absolutely.
So, this is just an authoritarian state, and so I would have liked it, but it's not there, and it's fine. And that's why you go back and read the books. You want more, you read the books. Yeah. Read the books. You want the audiobooks? Andy Serkis reading of them is fucking brilliant. It's so good. Or the radio show, all available on audio.
The radio show, I didn't know that was available now.
It's on Audible.
Oh,
so there's 2 radio shows. There's one,
the original.
Yeah, there's one. I forgot who did. It's not good. Do the BBC one.
Yeah, that's the one.
The BBC one is with Ian Holm. Yeah. So it's spectacular. And John LeMessurier, who was in Dad's Army, he plays Bilbo. And Bill Nighy.
Oh yeah,
is Sam.
Oh, I've got to listen to that.
I've heard so different. He sounds so different when he's young, because he's all vibrant and not all like he usually is,
So what do you think? Here's a question we haven't talked about before. What do you think? How do you think the effects hold up over 20 years?
Perfect.
Me too.
Good, really fucking good. And by the way, shout out to Bernard Hill. It's his birthday today.
Oh,
happy birthday,
Theoden. I think they hold up really. There's certain times, like when they're riding away from the gates of Mordor, after killing the mouth of Sauron, like on one side you could tell it's like double exposure and it's not perfect. But the Eagles coming in looks fucking dope. So dope.
Yeah. A friend of mine's like most favorite shot, I kind of want to highlight it, is when the Nazgul arrive at Minas Tirith. That shot with the music, it's absolutely incredible, and the special effects, just there's nothing. If you show me that in a new movie today, I'm not going to be like, this looks like it was made 20 years ago. It's like, nope, looks fucking brilliant.
And I actually prefer the way Jackson shot this than the Hobbit, which always still feels to me like a video game. I don't know if that's that 60 frames per second. Or I'm getting that incorrect, but you know what I'm talking about, Disbrew? Like the Hobbit trilogy, the way it shot, didn't it feel more?
That was 48 frames per second, right? Yeah.
At 48 or 60. I remember because it was Guillermo del Toro who was on that for, what was it, a year and a half? And then he left. And then they brought Jackson in.
I prefer things shot at 60. I do wonder how much is like what you're used to, because there was a time in cinema where, especially moving from like black and white movies and silent movies, they had to ease people into a change in cinema because people would like get nauseous.
Yeah,
the things would cut too quickly and they weren't used to it on the screen. And so I wonder just how much 60 FPS is like, because people are used to seeing things in 24, so when you see it in 60, it's weird and you just don't.
You don't think it's too clear, almost like a football match?
I like things being clear. I just think it's probably harder to do.
I don't think it would work in this because the 28 frames per second, and Rob could talk about it more because he's probably dealt with cinematography more than I have. But the way the color palette is, and it's a little softened. It's supposed to look like a painting. It's supposed to look like a painting. They put too much grain and shit for 4K now, in my opinion. Not this, but I saw an upscaled 60 frames per second lightsaber duel between Maul and Darth Maul and Obi-Wan. That fucking looked cool. I thought it looked great. I was fine with it.
It was quite badly done because I think what they'd like
just
kept it at the same speed, so everything seemed like it was moving in slow motion. But if it had been filmed properly, then
but I still think like it. I didn't hate it, And some of the 48 frames per second stuff looked kind of cool when you watched it in a movie theater, but then when you got to effect shots, it looked like little miniatures running around. It looked terrible. Yeah.
It's harder to do because it's more work, essentially.
My only problem effects-wise for Return of the King, because I did homework, as you had said, so I was watching it again, which is such a burden, because I was watching in Christmas, but it was only one shot. After you have, right in the beginning, after you have the Smeagol Gollum in the lake, schizophrenic conversation, right after Sam catches him and you see Gollum running away, it was just that once. That's my only gripe. 1 second, not even a gripe. The only time I noticed.
Yeah, I noticed at the time, but most of it was unbelievable. And the great thing about Weta is they stole a bunch of this shit from Industrial Light and Magic from Lucasfilm. They went there and they were showing around. They're like, it's really cool. Take a picture of that. Went back and did it better.
In a previous job, I may have been told off quite a few times for taking photographs of other companies' work. And they're like, hang on, we have a lot of problem with corporate sabotage here. I was like, no, I was just interested. I thought it was cool.
I know, right? Yeah.
I'm not here officially. They got really annoyed about that kind of thing.
I got in a little trouble with Tesla about that. Yeah. Little trouble, no big. But Weta did this great job, and one of the best moments at my comic shop is when Peter Jackson and Philippa Boyens came in and shopped.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that was mind-blowing. At first I didn't recognize him because it was right after he lost all his weight, right? So I'm like, is this some kind of old British rock star? And I'm like, oh fuck, that's Peter Jackson. And I tried to play it cool. I don't think I pulled it off very well. But he came in and he bought the complete set of Y the Last Man off my shelf, and Philippa Boyens paid for it. And when she signed the receipt, I kept it, which I'm not supposed to do, but I kept it to this very day. And that was fucking surreal that he was in San Francisco. And but I got to meet him, and really, really nice guy. And hope to meet him again someday. Yeah, we chit-chatted.
About the movies?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm like, that's when I stopped playing at Cool. I'm sorry. I apologize at first, but Lord of the Rings is my favorite thing. Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course.
But I at that point I didn't care, but he was nothing but nice about it. And, I also let him shop. I also gave him his space.
Yeah.
Which a good shop owner has to do. I was looking for that. Let's see. You know what? Damn it. It's just not lining up. I was looking for when the Nazgul shows up.
When the Witch King of Angmar?
God damn, such a cool
the
name.
choir dude at that shot as well.
Yep. I can't find it, so just imagine it in your heads. Dude, the Witch King of Angmar is such a fucking cool name.
Yeah.
It just is. guy was pretty good with the language and such.
Oh,
He
yeah.
was.
I
He
don't know
was.
why.
Being a philologist, yeah.
Literally,
I can't even
made
say
up his own.
philologist. What was that?
Yeah.
Like, how many guys will literally sit in there and say, you know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to invent my own language, and then because I made it language, I'm going to invent an entire history for it. I actually think one of the great things that the movies did, because you were talking about Shelob earlier, and like, it's filmed great. It's not what... It's not... Cinematography from, like, well, the camera's in this position, it hasn't been something that I care about too much. What got me was that the movies put you in a position where when you watch it, you're like, well, this is a great movie. But then if you want to, you can then go deeper into this lore, and you're like, well, Shelob actually has this entire history, and then there's a god that's related to it, and it comes from this, and that's linked to this entire thing. And everything is like threads that go back in time and get more and more complicated as you go on. And I actually find that more impressive, that the movies were quite a lot of people's gateway into this universe. It's like, well, this is entirely satisfying on its own, but if you want to go deeper, there's all of this extra stuff. And tying something in where it's satisfying but also intriguing is very difficult to do and pull off.
Yeah, that's there's so much extra with it. That's why it's it depends on your level of nerddom. You go into you go to say you watch the movies first, then you go to the books.
Right.
Then you get into those appendices, and then if you still like them, you go to that Silmarillion. Then you go to all the Lost Tales, and there is so much with Shelob. Her Gulliant was helped destroy the trees of Valinor. There's like a huge history with that leads directly to Melkor. Shelob is her own separate evil thing that Sauron that was there before Sauron. Right. And Sauron he's completely fine with her being there. She's like, well, she guards the gate, so much so where he feeds her once in a while. But she's so fat and big because she's been feasting on dudes and elves for years and years and years. And she's pure evil. She's pure evil. And that's another thing is there's things that are just unapologetically evil.
Yeah.
You know who's unapologetically alcoholic? The Critical Drinker.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit late for this one.
Yeah,
it's all
good. To
good.
get back from the bar.
Yeah. Well, happy hour doesn't last forever, I got me in the most of it.
I'm just taking advantage of it while it lasts.
Hail, man. How's it going?
It's excellent. It's good to be here, man. There's no way I was going to miss this. 20th anniversary. Special stuff, man.
So I've already asked everybody. I'm going to ask you. So, like, since it's 20th anniversary of Lord of the Rings, where were you when you first saw Fellowship, and how did you feel when you walked out of Return of the King?
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I obviously saw it at my local cinema. I'd been a fan of the Lord of the Rings books for probably almost 10 years before that, so I was well versed in it. I'd read them many times, and when I heard that they were going to make it into a movie trilogy, I was very excited. And I think this was in the days before I became old and cynical and just thought, how are they going to screw it up? I think I was much more positive about it. And within about 10 minutes of the Fellowship, I seeing the flashback to the War of the Last Alliance and all that stuff, I just thought, yeah, they've got this right. And the more it went on, the more I just appreciated it. And yeah, like going all the way through to Return of the King, I just thought, this is my generation Star Wars. It's like we've just got something that's ours now, and it's just at that same level of just impact and just cultural footprint. It just felt amazing. Like everyone went to see this, even people who had no interest in fantasy, didn't care about any of that stuff. Everyone wanted to see the Lord of the Rings movies, and we just came away like blown away by it.
You can't underestimate that you just brought up. That's a great point. That this film trilogy introduced a whole new generation to fantasy that had kind of fallen off. Fantasy had turned. Hollywood had never pulled it off, really. Now, Excalibur, great fantasy movie, but because it took it very seriously. But nothing. There's been some good ones, but nothing even close. So, like Lord of the Rings was the first real palatable fantasy film for the general masses. And yeah, like my mom saw it. My mom doesn't like it. Yeah.
My mom hates fantasy, and when I said just watch it once, because she's like, I don't want to read, I don't want to watch the movies about the books that you used to like ignore all your chores just to. I'm like, no, watch it. And when she watched it, it's the only time she watched it twice. She watched it again. It's like, can we start that over again? I'm like, oh, yeah, but Conan. Wouldn't you consider Conan the first fantasy?
Conan, yeah, well, yes.
Yeah, because when I think back to fantasy before that, it was very much 80s stuff. Like you say, Conan really kind of kicked off this modern era of it was going to take it pretty seriously, and it was violent, and it was very very impactful for what it was, but it was still relatively niche. And then Lucasfilm had their big doomed effort to try and get into the fantasy genre with Willow, and yeah, that didn't really work out. And again,
yeah, but the TV series did.
The TV, oh yeah,
that really worked
out for you.
Yeah,
hey, season 2, everybody. I'm hoping to license it off them for 10 quid.
People were talking about Willow for literally minutes.
Yeah, hey, I watched Beastmaster. I love Conan is sword and sandals, so it's a different type of fantasy, but it predates Tolkien, and it's my fucking favorite. Clash of the Titans was awesome.
Oh yeah.
I fucking anything Harryhausen. That's what I watched when I was a kid. Is just genius. But nothing like Lord of the Rings, where like we're gonna take this very seriously and put a bunch of money into it, and also write it. It's a cinematic achievement, so it's not just a genre film. It's the first one that really broke it. It won Best Picture when Star Wars didn't. Raiders of the Lost Ark didn't. Jaws didn't. When they should have, by the way, they all by all accounts should have. And it almost forced Hollywood to give it Best Picture, and it should have. All three should have won Best Picture, as I said earlier, because it's the little moments that make this film. It's the character moments. It's not these big battles, because that doesn't mean shit. You need that connectivity of people you actually care about, and the writing is exquisite. The dialogue is perfect, pitch perfect. The music is perfect, and that's what makes this movie work. When we talked about it, the moments within moments.
Yeah, just like when Gandalf's telling Pippin. That scene is my favorite from Return of the King. Besides the battle, when he's telling him like, no, it's just another journey. It's like, calm down. That hope instead of despair.
And who but Ian McKellen could have delivered it as brilliantly as that. Like, it's just you're magnetized to the screen watching him. It's so good.
Absolutely. Could you imagine Connery turned it down because he's like, I don't understand.
Yeah, because he was famous for turning down so many lucrative roles, but I think we all benefited from him not playing Gandalf.
Mm-hmm. I love Sean, but no.
Yeah, he can't play every role, and Gandalf was definitely Ian McKellen's role, so I'm glad he got to do it.
Absolutely.
And Bernard Hill, dude, my man Theoden. A little scene when he's with Éowyn, right? And he's like basically giving her the throne. Rule well if things go ill. And she's all, what duty would you have me do? And he's like, good thing he wasn't delivering this line to Brie Larson. He's all, I'd have you smile again. So
well, he does get to see her smile before he's
he does.
He's gone.
And
it's
like nowadays that's to come up with a warning on the screen, like this may be offensive and triggering.
Trigger microaggression.
Because I think when we look back over the whole trilogy, and as much as the Hobbits are all great in their own ways, and Sam is just an incredible character, like he's just awesome throughout. But I think it's the humans that are just, for all their failings, for all their weaknesses and flaws, they just get you every time, because these are very much people at the end of their time or at the end of their rope, fighting against potentially hopeless odds, but making that stand. And it is just so goddamn inspiring every time you see it. Even Boromir making his last stand, it's just brilliant.
It's how it's framed a lot in Lord of the Rings, that the will of men is falling.
Right.
It's just, isn't it nice to just think, you know what? There's something really good at the heart of humanity. For all the things that we get wrong and for all of our flaws and all of our squabbles and stuff, like there is something inherently good and noble and heroic within us. And that is something to be respected and cherished. I don't feel like we get that so much nowadays.
No, you're right. It's too much of that postmodern philosophy, that nihilism. You're right. Absolutely. Tolkien knew how to capture that hope in horrible moments.
But as I've said before, like the hobbits are the underdog, which is a very English thing to support, but they had kind of the perfect world. They were in their own thing, they'd created everything, their own culture, they were perfectly safe, but they hadn't grown weak because of it. Like they were still indulging in, they were eating like second breakfast was the height of thing that they could miss, that was the most horrific thing that ever happened to them, that I can't eat food twice in the morning. And yet they were still willing to go the extra mile because they were like, well, this is great and we need to protect this. Whereas now a lot of the messaging, you only have to look at like Secret Invasion, was literally, yeah, you're getting invaded by people, but at the end of the day, humanity's horrible, and if an alien species come along and wipe you out, you probably deserve it.
You deserved it, colonizer.
That's I think entirely different messaging that you get nowadays.
I think the messaging for the hobbits would be like, no, you need to admit everyone into the Shire and look after all of them, and let the outside world in. Don't try and keep it for yourself or anything. Like, again, it would just be this clumsy metaphor.
That would destroy the Shire.
Well, I know exactly.
The Shire was a product of the people within it, and if you brought in like the orcs to the Shire, you would destroy what the Shire was.
Well, it would be a fiery but mostly peaceful invasion.
Yeah. You know what? Sargon agrees with you, Disparu. So don't bring in the orcs in the Shire.
Well, when we were talking earlier about Rings of Recycled Fantasy, that they're going to have. There was a report that I was reading. They're going to have Morfydd Clark's Galadriel. So she's going to turn herself into the orcs to save like Elrond in some kind of a fight scene, and supposedly it's where she gets to know the orcs. She comes face to face with her hatred, so they're going to try to again humanize them.
I honestly, like, at this point, you could tell me that Galadriel invented lightsabers and like flies off into space and stuff, and I would believe you. And it's just like, and it's great because it doesn't matter one bit. No one cares about the show anymore. Do anything.
No, it's been. They finished shooting it in June of this year. And we haven't gotten we got a House of the Dragon trailer first, and they finished shooting later. Yeah. So they've obviously got their shit together. I think we're getting a trailer around Super Bowl, guys. That's the word on the street.
It's the Marvels effect. They know it's going to suck, and they know the backlash will be horrific no matter what they put out. So they're just trying to delay it as long as possible.
No promotional photos, no nothing from this. And they also shot it in the UK. They shot it in the UK and not in New Zealand, which I mean, good.
A lot of people.
That was the interesting. That was the interesting thing about the budget, is that the budget we were talking about earlier is like it's $1 billion, but the $1 billion was supposed to be a lot of stuff was set up in New Zealand for future series. Well, now at one point they literally said we moved the set brick by brick to England. That's got to be expensive. You've no savings there, so I think they're massively over budget for season 2.
Hey, they did that with the London Bridge. They moved it brick by brick to Arizona.
They did, yeah. That was a worthwhile investment. The guy thought he was buying Tower Bridge, right?
Yes.
No, I didn't know that. Yeah.
And he's like, what?
He's like, what is this piece of shit? I wanted one that would go up and down and everything. I was going to ask, actually, from the American perspective, because Disparu hit on a very good point, actually, about the Hobbits being very, like, quintessentially British. Like, they enjoy, like, elevensies. They've got a very, like, pastoral lifestyle, and it's very much small villages. It's Tolkien's idolized vision of what England should be before industrialization and all that. And I always wondered, like, what do the Americans make of things like that? Because it is so unique to our culture. Like, how do you guys see it?
I loved it. It's romanticized here, and I think like small town, like Midwesterners in the chat might agree with me. It's very similar to like a Midwest small town. Y'all go to the same cafe or the same bar and you're farming, and it's similar, but it's so effing beautiful. Yeah. The rolling hills and everything, like, and to actually like go there, because the last couple times I've gone to the UK 20 years ago, I just hung out in London. This time I saw the English countryside, and that's why I want to go back. Like, that's the beautiful part of that country. It's fucking gorgeous, especially up where Az lives. I definitely, to see it in real life was even better. So it's romanticized. We love this shit. There's a lot of Anglophiles over here on this side of the pond.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Me, I keep moving further and further away from the city. I love the countryside, and then whether when I go to the UK or when I go to Greece, I always go up into the mountains. It's an interesting
part of aging, is that I think the younger you are, the more likely you are to be appealed to by cities, and the older you get, the more you just want to be out of them. And I had the same thing with Lord of the Rings. Like before, I've moved away from. At first, it was like the action scenes are incredible. I really love this. Oh, when they come in and they start slaughtering people, it's incredible. And then the older I get, the more I appreciate the actual messaging and morals and the values of the story, than just the action scenes. And so things like The Fellowship, I didn't like it when it first came out. I was one of the people who's like, I don't like this, but I've like the Two Towers. There's an amazing battle scene in it. This is incredible. And the older I get, I'm like, no, actually, this holds more value than just everything else. It's not just your taste change, but your priorities change the older you get.
It just feels a community, like where I'm living right now, even though it's still rather large, but there's a cafe that I go to and I know everybody there and everybody knows everybody there. You don't always have to say hello to everybody. It's like your own community and there's a certain piece to it.
Yeah, well, the common. I mean, this is how we talked about this, and you'll see it on our big, Mahler's big 8-hour video. But what hooks you in is establishing the Shire, especially in the extended versions where it's longer. I can't believe they took scenes out of that, but that shows you what they're fighting for, and it shows you that this is a good world with a bunch of good people. And the one commonality we have with every other country is we just want to like eat and hang out and be happy. That's all we do. That's all Tolkien wanted to do. Tolkien wanted to sit down with his mates, drink beer, and smoke a fucking pipe. That sounds awesome. That sounds great. You're right. So I'm in my 50s, and that's my idea of, I don't drink the beer, but I'll smoke a pipe. Like I'll of tobacco. I'll fucking hang out. That's what I like to do, is hang out with my friends, chill the fuck out.
Hell yeah.
And those little comforts are good. They're not anything to be. I think they're really important. They're really important to a happy life. It's not such a bad thing to celebrate a simple life.
No, well, think about him and C.S. Lewis every day drinking and writing in their cafe, in their pub. Sorry.
Yeah, it just seems like a wonderful leisurely way of living your life. Yeah.
That sounds good. I've done the adventurous stuff. I just want to chill. It's cool. And he did too. He went to war. He did all that shit. Do you blame the man for wanting to just chill out and have a beer? No.
That was a very English thing, though. It's like you would work on the farm, and you'd go to the local pub, and you would meet the local villagers, and everybody would know their name, everyone would welcome each other, and you would be part of a community, an actual community that spoke to each other and knew each other, rather than some abstract community of the entire world just because you have some random classification. This was a genuine group of people that.
And I'm not a drinker, but like I really appreciate like the proper British pub, which is basically like somebody's living room. You know, it's not filled with lights and shit. It's just somebody's living room.
The ideal pub should be at least like 200 years old. It should have oak paneled walls.
Older than America.
We always love the pubs in the Cornetto trilogy has great pubs as representative of Britain and stuff. Just like,
it's so on point as well with the World's End, where they've all been taken over by like chains and they've got that shitty like baked chalk writing on the boards. Yep, they got it right there.
But y'all still have your pubs, because I kept reading that they were slowly vanishing. But then some parts
we've just lost like the most slanted one in like all of England. So there was one that was like an angle. It's really weird if you've ever seen the picture, but that just
what sucks about World's End is Gary in World's End acts exactly like I did when I was fucking high as fuck. That's what I hate. Everybody's like, that's you, dude. I'm like, shut
up. with that trilogy, like people always ask, what's your favorites? And I'm like, I never would say World's End, but like I tell you, the older I get, the more I begin to understand where those characters are coming from.
I used to use this clip all the time. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna bring it back in my next video where they go, "What the fuck?" Or he's all WTF. Yeah. WTF. He's all, what is WTF? What the fuck?
He says, what the fuck does WTF mean?
Yeah.
I think funny. Legit that the scene that got the biggest laugh out of me to the point where I had tears in my eyes is when Nick Frost just punches through a glass door to like leave the room. He doesn't even recognize it.
Oh, I need to watch that trilogy again.
Hell yeah.
So fucking good. Oh, but hey, let's get to some soups, shall we?
Yeah.
Shall we? And
there's one
Drinker.
last thing I wanted to go over because Drinker made me think about it.
No,
So
of course
sorry.
you can. No. Take long man. Be as long as you like. It's all good.
Just the because I completely agree about the man's capacity for redemption is a big part of Lord of the Rings, but also just standing up to pure evil despite all odds is something that I adore throughout this. Like the amount of times that happens, like with characters that you just like, are you really going to be able to win this? Like Aragorn on Weathertop against all the Nazguls, like yeah, he just does that without hesitation. Gandalf versus the Balrog. You can tell because Ian McKellen's a phenomenal actor. That is a stressful situation for that man, and he's gonna do what he has to do because the Fellowship will perish if he doesn't. You have obviously
Eowyn taking on the Witch King as well. Like,
well, yeah, I was going to try and somewhat go chronological, but like in Helm's Deep, right? That's your favorite moment, I think, maybe of the trilogy, Drinker, where they charge knowing they've lost essentially.
Yeah,
they'll just get out there. Then Sam basically saying "Get away from Frodo" to Shelob.
Brilliant.
And then
don't you touch him again.
Eowyn standing between Theoden and the Witch King is one of my favorites. I have a display of that in my living room. It's one of the coolest moments ever. He's one of the most terrifying entities in Middle Earth, and she's like, "I will kill you if you touch him." It's just like, oh, beautiful. And then, of course, just summarize at the end with all of them going up to Mordor and getting encircled entirely by evil and being like, yeah, well, it's for Frodo. We give him the best chance we have.
Where would you put Boromir? Boromir standing up for them when he's taking the arrows.
Well, that's probably my favorite moment of the trilogy. Boromir is my favorite character. He's one of my favorite things in media. He's perfectly representative of how flawed man is, but at the same time will do everything they can to redeem themselves. And he comes through. And when you watch the trilogy knowing how he dies, you can pay attention to just how much his relationship develops with Merry and Pippin, teaching them to fight, looking after them. If you remember, like when they're at Cahadras, everyone's talking about where they should go, what they should do, and then he says this will be the death of the hobbits, and he's holding both of them. He protects them when they cross the bridges in Moria. Obviously, it's and then when he's dying, the first thing he says to Aragorn is they took the little ones. It's tragic. He only cares about protecting them, and that's the thing. He's like one of the most important men in Gondor, and he dies defending two hobbits that he doesn't even really know. Because to him it doesn't matter. It's always protecting the innocent, protecting the people of the world. That's what Gondor's role is that they stand between Mordor and the world. He makes a big speech about that in Rivendell, and I think people can get the wrong impression and think he's like vain, or that it's like, yeah, so that earns me the right to have the ring. He's like, no, he's legit talking about the fact that we need the power to continue protecting you. Give us the ring, we can do it.
Yeah, he's known nothing but war his entire life. Like his kingdom has been fighting for survival against an increasingly strong enemy and increasingly hopeless odds for his entire life. So you totally get where he's coming from. There was a thing that did the rounds on Twitter quite recently, and I'd forgotten about this from the books, but it's fucking Farmer Maggot from the Shire. Someone pointed out, like, he straight up stood up to a mounted Nazgul and told him to fuck off.
It says, I'll sick my fucking dogs on you. Yeah, Farmer Maggot, a Chad. Okay. And then he tells the story like it was nothing. He's like, yeah, weirdest thing. This giant demonic thing came. I told him to piss off, fucker.
I could just eat my lunch. Yeah.
This is like a recurring theme, and it's something you don't get in modern entertainment. As like a lot of people may know, Wheel of Time was inspired by Lord of the Rings. He saw that and he was like made his own story, like a spin-off of what would happen if this happened. And there's two quotes from Wheel of Time. Like in Lord of the Rings, my favorite moment is Aragorn riding out. Let's make one last stand. And Wheel of Time has two quotes. One is, there was one rule above others, all others for being a man. Whatever comes, face it on your feet. It's like, no matter how bad it goes, go down on your feet. Right. And another one is, death is lighter than a feather, duty is heavier than a mountain. And both of them are about, it doesn't matter what you're facing, you have a job to do, and you should do it. And it doesn't matter who stands against you, it doesn't matter what happens, you should do it anyway, because of who you are. And Hollywood doesn't show that anymore. Everything is about, no, you should just collapse and fit in with everyone else, it's fine.
Well, it's a conformity, yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing about standing up for what you believe in, because that, if you believe in something different, that causes a lot of problems for us. So we don't want to teach you that part of humanity.
There was a very interesting quote I saw quite recently about this. It's, we used to believe in heroic deeds. Now Hollywood believes in heroic identities.
Ooh.
And I think that's so emblematic of what their thinking is now. It's like
Yes.
if you belong to X, Y, and Z demographic, you are just naturally a good person, and that makes you a hero no matter what. And it's like, oh, is that what we're going for now? Is it?
And you
more
saw
complicated
that
than that.
in Doctor Who. In Doctor Who, she was good because she was in a wheelchair. Like, if you're disabled, you can't be an evil person. It's all about identity, not what the individual is doing. That was the response.
Well, because that's the way that they could break society, you know, lumping people.
Back to your point, Mahler, it makes me think of when Mary's talking to Eowyn, and he's like, I know I can't save Middle Earth. I'm not some great warrior. I'm just a hobbit. I just want to help my friends.
Yeah, he's like, all my friends are going to fight. I don't want to, I want to be with them. I want to help them do something. Yep. It's well, because Merry and Pippin, they have like a really tragic end in Fellowship, right? But then in Two Towers, it doesn't take long before they're put back in a place of safety and, you know, security. And the whole movie, they're mostly interacting with Fangorn and the Treebeard and everything. But by the end of it, they're kind of like at the point of like, we want to get in. Like we're practically on the fucking bench right now. We want to help. We want to fight. And it's really invigorating to see, like, you know, even Treebeard is like, chill out.
Yeah, well, it's great character progression from when they started from Hobbiton and the way they grow.
Yeah, and the story wasn't that one person changes the entire world, but lots of little heroic deeds by many people build up into a great outcome.
Yeah.
So what's your favorite scene, Drinker, from the whole trilogy?
Well, I think Muller kind of alluded to it there. It's probably going to be at the Battle of Helm's Deep. And it's like a duel scene, I guess, where the orcs are at the doors of the keep. You know, they've essentially lost. And Aragorn says, ride out and meet them. And like Theoden just gives this incredible speech. Just short, but it's just so fucking powerful. And he just like, forth Erlingas! And out they go, just straight through the doors, like fucking riding down the orcs. And then, that's when Gandalf and the Rohirrim show up outside, and again that charge down the hill with the.
I choke up. Yeah, I choke up when he was charging. Yeah,
because again, even those guys potentially are going to certain death because this orc army, as battered as it is still enormous and far outnumbers them, and is still very much up for a fight. And it's just the sun rising behind them that blinds them enough that they can ride right through them. And yeah, man, it's just sheer unadulterated heroism, and I love it.
Beautiful. Didn't a little bit of Godzilla -1 in that? I'm not, so I don't spoil it for people, but in the end, you know, I'm talking about the pilot. Mm-hmm. That scene when the music is playing and he's flying.
That was fucking awesome.
That reminded me of that so much of Gandalf.
Again, like, isn't it nice when just once in a while you're allowed to see guys be heroes?
Yeah,
right.
And be self-sacrificing and noble and just fucking awesome. I miss that in films. And you know what, Hollywood, if you won't fucking give it to us, other people will, and that's why we like it.
You know, Reacher opened up, and it's such a ridiculous scene that he just happens to be at an ATM where a girl's getting carjacked, and I didn't care. And it's so ridiculous that he asked her, he's like, does he have a gun? He's all, yeah. And he goes there anyway, and she doesn't go, don't you get near my son with the guy with the gun. No, it's just this guy walks up, he puts a jacket around his fist, fucking punches the fucking, beats the shit out of the guy. I'm like, God, I missed this. I don't care. I don't even care. That's a little ridiculous. It's so fucking good. I don't know if you've seen Reacher yet, Critical Drinker. First 3 episodes, great. Fucking great.
Seen season 1, liked it. Looking forward to season 2.
Season 2's out.
Wait a minute. I just started season 1 after you had posted about Reacher, because I didn't know. I've read the books, but are you saying that's similar to what happened in episode 1, season 1, when he sees the guy and the girl in the van?
Yeah, it's similar to that. Yeah, it's like a little, you know, it's procedural. I don't care.
I liked it. I love
it's dudes being dudes.
Yeah. It's not that it's procedural, it's that these are universal human values and they're just basic human role models. Like, this isn't some new thing that's just popped out of the ether. This has been the same about men for thousands of years. The only reason people are rejecting it now is because you're going against what humanity is to talk about how you think humanity should be, and everybody else disagrees.
Yeah, it's about ending the defense.
Years of training. I've honed my skills.
You pointed this out, I think, about the Marvels. There was a scene where all the Skrulls show up in Kamala Khan's house, and like the guys like fall to the floor, and the women shield the guys with their bodies, and you were like, this has literally never happened in the whole of human history.
Look, Look, we have phone cameras, right? So every single event that ever happens throughout all of human history is on a camera somewhere and it gets uploaded to the internet. Every single one has two things in common. The men are trying to solve the problem, and there's a woman in the background screaming. That's every single video.
Well, they turned them into mamsels. That was ugh.
Manzels in distress.
Yeah. Horrible.
Yes.
What is interesting is how it's rejected by people, though, because Barbie wasn't that. Barbie was, I have all these problems and it's somebody else's fault. And then you've got the Marvels, which is you can be a girl boss and you can be anything and you can solve all your problems. And the women didn't like it. They didn't go and see it. So this isn't just disliked by the people that you're trying to denigrate. It's disliked by the people that you're trying to preach to.
Right, because it's genetic. I think. Come on, you're turning every man into like a fool. It's like
they don't believe in that, though.
Women don't want that. They're like, yeah, I have to protect your ass.
One of the biggest problems with, we'll call it the progressive bubble, the uber progressive bubble, is that they see the world for what they want it to be, and don't see the world for what it is. And that's where Hollywood's really lost reality, and they're trying to make something. We've all talked about it. They're trying to make movies for people who don't exist. They just flat out, they're these fantasy people called the modern audience, and they have yet to show up. They showed up to Barbie because it was a girls movie made for girls and gay dudes, and they went in droves. So and good, and there's generations of women. My sister, both
75-year franchise,
played with Barbies. You know?
How many rom-coms did there used to be compared to being produced now? Like, there's entire genres of movies that were made for specific genders that just don't exist anymore.
Well,
no one makes
I think they've been moved. Like I think you can find like pits of them in Netflix and stuff. And there's like places where they exist, because there's so many movies and categories and genres now that I'm like, I didn't even know any of this was here. And it's like, yeah, there's like 1,000 movies every day that's released on Netflix or Amazon Prime, whatever. It's like, have you heard of blah, 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 with starring, this guy that you know really well?
They only have Netflix.
Yeah, the rom-coms are particularly prevalent at this time of year because they kind of just get folded into Christmas movies, and then
they're going to start making a lot more of them, by the way.
What, rom
cheap?
Because that's cheap.
Rom-coms are going to be coming back. Reality and rom-coms make a huge comeback. And you know what? There'd be one that would be still running if they didn't fire Roseanne. If Roseanne got to stay in her own fucking show, it would still be running. It would be the biggest show probably in the world. But they got rid of her. She's doing just fine though. On a second run, by the way, from already having a great show before. But rom-coms are still being watched. They're the most watched things on streaming. They're just the old ones. Yeah. You know, The Office and Friends. There's people still watching the shit out of that.
But because they apply to a demographic. But Hollywood decided, no, we don't want you to watch this. We want you to watch the bloke stuff. Yeah, but we want the rom-coms. It's like, I've never seen a business entirely ignore their customer base before to try and teach them to like something new.
What they try and do, but they don't even like make it the bloke stuff. What they do is like, we're going to make this generic mush of stuff that's just like supposed to appeal to everyone equally, and so it ends up appealing to no one.
Exactly.
But we want everyone to watch it.
And the rom-com is very heteronormative, even though
true. Yeah.
Hey, Bros proved that wrong, didn't it, Gary?
Yeah,
that was a success.
Massive hit. I can't wait for Bros.
Rom-com so bad, gay people didn't want to see it.
Bad things to do.
Yeah. I mean, are we ever going to see something like Lord of the Rings again? If we do, I don't think it'll come from America. I don't think it'll come from America. I think it'll come from somewhere else. And that's the key is I am very hopeful that Hollywood, due to their own restrictions, will put themselves not completely out of business, but they won't be the epicenter of entertainment anymore. And it decentralizes and it goes to other places, which it's already happening. I put a video on Twitter the other day of the American comic book section compared to the manga section. And that is a precursor to what's coming to American entertainment overall. There's a thing called market share. It's kind of important. And what that video represents is market share. Market share is there is still a lot of people who'd love to buy a book that's filled with pictures and a good story, right? But they're just not buying American comic books anymore. So it's basically like 6 shelves compared to 43 shelves. And the 6 shelves are only waist high, and the 43 shelves are up to the ceiling of manga. And that's coming for Western entertainment as a whole.
So you're going to have it, everybody's going to be doing the Eric July, the Godzilla -1, the RRR treatment.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
that way, that's how you get the new George Lucas, Steven Spielberg.
Right.
That's how that happens.
But as it should be, again, people creating, giving the customers what they want, but bringing real artists together. You saw that Green Arrow writer. Remember, what was it, a month ago, that comic where he was like, I want everybody to go out and read my new Green Arrow.
The Green Lantern one, Tom
The
Sheridan.
Green Lantern,
Yeah,
sorry.
I walked by him at LA Comic-Con, George. He was very lonely. Very, very lonely. There was nobody going to his booth.
Well, why would that? Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was a dig when you said I walked by him. Was that okay?
Yeah. But when Eric was signing at Comic-Con for CGC, he had a line, fucking huge line.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, does.
My favorite movies for the last 2 years have been foreign. It's like Godzilla -1, RRR, and I like The Menu. I haven't liked anything.
I haven't seen The Menu. I
think you'd like it, Gary. It's kind of
a lot of fun.
Yeah,
very applicable to a current state of film.
That's Favreau, right? No, he did. What,
Chef.
That's the chef. Sorry, Chef Menu. What's the fucking difference? What's the menu?
A huge difference. The menu's
the menu's
Ralph Fiennes.
Ralph Fiennes.
Yeah,
Ray
Fiennes.
Yeah. Get that name right.
And what's her name? Who I like? Who's in
Anya
Furiosa?
Taylor-Joy.
Yeah. I think she's hot. Although Furiosa looks like shit. All right, we're gonna get the soups, guys. Let's do it.
Yeah, we were supposed to do that half an hour ago.
We did get sidetracked. Mauler, you went long again, didn't you?
You went long.
Just a tiny tangent.
I do have a show in 2 hours, Forbidden Frontier, if you want to join us on Nerdrotic Live. So Zion 42 for $4.99. Frodo deserved to get his ring finger bitten off. Changed my mind. Samwise, the true hero. Well, he was. Frodo failed ultimately.
I mean, Frodo was up against it, to be fair. Like having his mind and his sanity slowly eaten away by the ring.
Yeah,
he was. I've always made the joke whenever we get to that point in the movie, sort of thing. But just I wonder if, when telling the story, that Frodo awkwardly looks at Sam like, "You don't need to tell people about that part." I threw it. We threw it in. Okay, we did.
Lost my finger in battle. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Do you know what's interesting is I think it's letter 265 Tolkien wrote to a fan. He actually is talking about that the ending could have been completely different if Sam hadn't have pushed the Gollum. That Gollum, even though he would have taken the ring in the end and he would have betrayed Frodo, he would have never hurt him. He would have jumped in the fire himself. He was discussing how he would have changed the ending.
Gollum had a part to play.
Yep.
He did.
Yep.
Dude, that opening for Return of the King, that's taken basically from Shadow of the Past, showing you the little origin of Gollum, is so fucking good. And Tolkien never intended it this way, but that's what like falling into drug addiction feels like. If you want a good representation of it, that's it.
Yep.
There's an interesting part from the Silmarillion though, where the gods, I can't remember the god's name, but when everyone starts splintering off from the original music, it says it doesn't matter what you create, you're still part of me.
LOTR. Yeah,
you could take that for the ending. It's like, it doesn't matter how Sauron or anything, whatever evil they created, at the end, it was all going to unify back into the original vision, with everyone that he'd influenced being a part of the destruction of what they'd created. So it was a nice loop there. Or,
part of the plan.
as the two creators of Rings of Power said, it was an accidental ring that we created there. It's
Oh, God.
their podcast. Never watch their podcasts. They're worse than the show.
Horrible.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
I don't know how they got a job.
They were good yes men.
Yeah.
Hail to the Fellowship and the best trilogy ever, Sir Boy of Lard. Thank you for being a member for 11 months. Hail. Aloha and blessings, gentlemen, from Da Beast 808. Thank you for the $2, and hello to you. To celebrate the anniversary, I'm about to watch all 3 movies today. Good for you, Mike Hill. That is a good way to spend a day. It's a very good. This is a good way to spend a day too. Hanging out with my mates, bullshitting on the internet. You guys are here. Over 8,500 people watching, which is unbelievable. So thanks for being here. We really appreciate you. And guys, thank you for taking time out of your Sunday this close to the holidays for doing this. I really appreciate you.
No problem.
I wish I could have been here for all of it. I'm sorry I wasn't.
I'm glad you're here. I'm just
Oh,
grateful.
yeah.
I'm a grateful guy, Drinker. I appreciate your time.
We traded you for Robert. That's how I get.
Yeah, that's what we did. Make sure Rob talks about Christopher Lee interview, which he did. I love hearing it every time. All the more gooder for $5. Yeah, Rob's got to like secretly drop off all of that shit to me, and so I can put it on all the raw interviews.
Because that's like 3 hours of interview that he did with Christopher Lee, and it's like all locked in some studio vault somewhere. Like, how can this not be out there in the world? The world deserves to see this.
Earlier he said 5 hours.
5 hours,
5
yeah.
minutes.
5 hours, sorry.
Yeah.
I just leave it at a cafe somewhere. You know, I forgot it. A copy. There you go.
Well,
on the
if
USB
Peter
stick.
Jackson can unearth Beatles footage from 50 years ago, can't you get some Lord of the Rings footage that you might have access to? I mean, Zaslav needs money. Like Robert mentioned, like just put it on a website and charge $3.99. I'd pay it gladly. My uncle, rest in peace, used to make barbecue and watch the extended trilogy and friends and family on his birthday. Oh, rest in peace.
That is perfect, though. What a way to spend your birthday.
Yeah.
Irikias, rest in peace to your uncle. Good man. Good man. I was watching a video today of Gordon Ramsay reacting to Texas barbecue, and it was just wonderful.
Oh, what is that?
He was at Snow's Barbecue in Lexington. I fucking loved it. He loved it. He couldn't believe how big the plates were, and all the guy like made the barbecues himself. You've been to Black's, right, in Austin? Yeah, they look like the ones in Black's. If you guys are ever in town, the only thing worth going to Austin for, because it's a shithole, is Black's Barbecue. It's fucking so good.
You should come to Houston. We have one of the best barbecue places.
All right,
in all of Texas.
Okay.
Challenge accepted.
See you tomorrow.
There you go.
I'm on my way.
Get down here. Beer, barbecue, whatever. But they have these huge potatoes. You can't say no. They just slap it onto the plate.
Hangry is Angry became a YouTube member. Cheers, buddy. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I always look forward to these streams. The Lord of the Rings trilogy is the greatest trilogy of all time. Hail Tolkien and hail the Fellowship from Dan Woods for $5. Hail to you, Dan. Hail to you. And then we have Eric John, the pizza artist, who is actually a pizza artist. Go follow him on Instagram. The stuff is brilliant. Shout out to Howard Shore. 4 years of work. Wow. Greatest soundtrack ever. And that's not easy for me to say, because I am a John Williams fan. I grew up on John Williams soundtracks. The only reason I got into rock and roll or punk rock at all was my sister was so fucking sick of hearing Star Wars and Superman soundtrack that she came in and like I got that Almost Famous moment. She pulled the record off my record player, gave me her stack of records that have like Oingo Boingo, Devo, The Police, and she's all, listen to this. Just listen for a little while.
There's an interesting thing in acting where one of the things that actors have been told by directors is if something's a really emotional scene, don't try and act the emotion. Just, you're supposed to go blank so the audience can project their own emotions onto you. But what I think that's led to is the music carrying a lot of the modern entertainment. And so that's there to make all of the emotion. And so I actually don't think the music's gone downhill in quality. It's that you no longer you don't have like the double combo of things. So the Lord of the Rings, you had the emotion on the scene combined with the music. So the music reminds you of what you felt when you're watching the movie. Whereas now the music's still just as good, but it reminds you of something awful, and so you no longer care about the music anymore.
What do you think of Basil Polidorus from Conan? I always thought that was a great score.
That's a pumping soundtrack right there.
That's a good work. Like you play that when you're working out. Oh, you're like ready to go to war. It's awesome. Yeah. Mikey Gussler for $20. Mikey, you don't have to apologize for anything. He says, I'm sorry, Friday night, Gary. I was wrong. I hope you forgive my foolishness. You're being a fan, dude. So unlike the other areas, like Rob's having to deal with now, you can think it'd be wrong, Mikey, but you could think the Donner Superman is shit. I still love you. It's okay. You're okay here. You can like the fucking Last Jedi. Just be okay with the fact that we hate it. That's all. But it's fine for you to be here. We really appreciate you being here. And that's it. We're not going to judge you for having an opinion, dude. But Mikey, I appreciate the $20. I appreciate you. And as I've said, my love for you is unconditional, buddy.
I think an interesting thing about this part of the internet is we wish we liked it. That's the thing. I wish I enjoyed Secret Invasion.
Oh no!
No, I wish I enjoyed all of this stuff.
I
because
know
I would
what
have
you
a
mean.
far happier life. I mean, look, I can get a lot of entertainment out of bad stuff, believe me. But I wish I enjoyed all
You
of the
mean you
Marvel
wish it
stuff.
was good? You
Yes.
wish it was
No,
yeah,
no,
I
I
got
wish
you.
I enjoyed it
You
because
mean you wish you enjoyed the bad stuff, or you wish you?
Yeah, I was gonna say I differ from you on that one.
No,
No,
I
no.
would rather it be good so I could enjoy it, not have Falcon and.
because I feel like I'd have to be
but this
lobotomized to
stuff-
enjoy it. You know,
this stuff I think it is
You
bad,
would
but
be.
it is good. There are some people who think it's good. It's like
Who?
I would much rather enjoy the entertainment that came out. Look, there's a it depends how deep you want to go down. There's a really horrible part of humanity where you can lose enough of your mind where you have gone off on a path that you don't know you've gone down on. But at the same time, I'm thinking, well, if I was the person, I wouldn't know what I've lost. And so if you enjoy it, I
wouldn't
think that's
have
probably
your-
the best place to be.
Ignorance
Oh, no.
truly is bliss.
It is.
No, I think ignorance generally is bliss.
I will
yeah.
have to respectfully disagree. I would
But-
love for it to be good so we could all enjoy.
Dude,
Yeah, so would
Rings
I
of
if it was
Power.
me.
Yeah,
Rings of
yeah.
Power could have worked. A second
Could.
if you just did the War of the Last Alliance, that's all you needed to fucking do. You can flash back in your prologue, you can show Numenor and all the other stuff, and just do the War of the Last Alliance with some talented people. When I first heard it, I was like, yeah,
Yeah,
cool.
we're excited.
Amazon, they got money. And then
But they didn't hire.
There's the key word though, talented people. I feel like you could
Yeah.
tell almost any story in Middle Earth, and if you've got talented people doing it, you could make it good.
Dude, we could have sat in the Shire for 10 hours with talented people who wouldn't have
Oh
mattered.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Fuck it, I'll just hang with Farmer Maggot for 10 hours. Just watching him be a badass.
Oh yeah.
Just
And even
quietly
the gaffer.
fixing the world.
But the
Alan
problem
Max
is
slowly
they
trying to get him to
hired
change his name.
they hired two people who I think conned everybody, saying like, yeah, we memorized this Cinderin poem, And
No, that's what they learned from Bad Reboot was a bunch of con artists. They were what their talent was, the art of bullshit. So they were able to start. They came to prominence when they were able to bullshit their way with a bunch of executives who know nothing about creativity and art. So they just bought into it, and they bought into the fact that Jar Jar Abrams and his organization was going to be the next Amblin, the next Spielberg.
And then they
partially
sold
because
Simon.
Spielberg gave the endorsement, and then we saw his work.
Right.
And it's all derivative copies. It's a repurposed garbage.
Laser Flare or
I
JJ.
really like Alias though.
I like the
I
first,
like Alias.
I like the first season.
It ended
season
a
of Lost
little.
Section Disparu 6.
It ended. But
Oh, it
the
ended
first two
wonky.
seasons.
Oh no, I
of-
like the ending.
Oh, you
Like-
did?
Yeah, no, because I really liked her. I think her father was one of the best characters.
absolutely one of the best
Yeah, I agree
characters.
with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that. And the first
Jack Bristow,
two
right?
seasons
Yeah.
were really fun, and it just ended wonky. It's not the worst thing he's done. though.
Season
No.
3 is the worst. I agree with
It
anyone
gets
on
But
that.
do you
weird,
really
like-
like Mystery Box, which I've always found kind of lazy?
It
It
like-
might be because I was new to Mystery Box when Alias came out, so I'd never
Yeah.
seen it before.
To be fair,
Right.
wait. Like Alias, part of the problem is they do answer the questions. Rambaldi gets relatively solved. They find all the pieces. Like
See, I have no problem with this, the magical technology part of the story.
Yeah, I
because
wasn't-
it's
I wasn't-
just- to
I'm-
me, it's
what I'm
just
saying
part
is
of the
that-
universe.
part of the mystery box, format is that he never actually gives you the fucking answer. But like in Alias, they do answer
They give
a
you
lot of.
they give
they
you
answer it
answers,
all,
yeah.
yeah.
And Fringe was pretty good too.
I liked Fringe.
I like
Remember,
Except the last season. The last season was
Except
an
the last
abomination.
season.
And it
Yes.
cut out all of the interesting. I wanted to see the interesting part when they invaded, not the last season. I didn't like.
I agree.
Exactly. I
You
agree.
cut out the
I
best
totally
bit of the
agree.
entire series.
But remember, like
consensus on Lost,
Lindelof
though.
also made like Watchmen, which is the worst fucking thing I've ever seen.
I've not
That's a
seen
bad
that. Well,
Don't unless you want to make a video and break it down and then be called like you will. There will be a pack of people who
well, it's
come
been.
after
Have you
you
heard it's
that will
been
wish
deleted?
they will wish. No, it was according to Max, it was a glitch.
Oh, okay.
So
oh,
it's
sorry.
back on Max.
Oh,
They fixed the glitch.
I'm sure there'll be
think-
literally dozens of people celebrating that it's
There
back.
there's like 5s and 10s.
yeah.
Yeah, what's take
I
on
hope
Lost?
Willow's back
'Cause
next
That's another
week.
one that people would claim would die to mystery box sort of storytelling. If you
Yeah.
remember, anyone who watched it, the Hatch storyline was I think the last one that got like pretty strong critical acclaim and engagement, like culturally,
Okay.
because I don't know how many people here have seen Lost, but you'll know what I mean when I say the
I've seen
Hatch.
I was watching it back in the day when it was actually
Yeah.
on.
But as the more it went on, the more they were trying to find a way to be like, there's more mystery to the island, there's more people, there's more this, there's more that, there's fucking time travel and crazy devices.
Have you seen the making of that? Because that explains why it happened.
I assume it's what happens to all of JJ's projects. They all.
Oh
fall
no!
apart
The
longer they go
people that
on.
were making the first season left, right?
Oh, I
And
didn't know that.
They didn't have a script, and they left one guy in charge. And he's like, "Well, I'm gonna have to make stuff up." He says we were literally writing the episodes as we were filming them because they didn't exist. And then we were told, "Well, you're gonna have to make more series of them." And so they were just adding in threads, desperately trying to get stuff out. They were making up on the spot as they're filming the scenes. Just because the people that were meant to be doing all this stuff had pissed off somewhere else. It was insane.
There's this crazy pattern with JJ's anything connected to him. The initial gets like a certain wave, and then like the more time goes on, it just falls apart in terms of both cultural like appreciation and just quality of the stuff itself. But
Well, I think
like, I was just thinking,
very.
it's like the beginning, like the impact of his project, project A gets in project B, and then the impact of the initial of project B, and then by the time he gets C, he's like A has already died and no one likes it anymore, and then he's moved on.
It's
and
musical chairs.
This is why he loves. This is why he
seemed to
loves
kill
starting
him?
things.
What seemed to kill him was the fact that he stopped making shit. Like, and now there's no like he doesn't get project Z because of Y or X or whatever. It's now like
he's gonna
ran out of-
No. I think what killed him is that he had to finish something that he started. For
Yep.
the first time in his career, he was forced to basically finish a story and wrap up a trilogy and provide answers and resolutions, and he couldn't
Rise
do
of
it.
Skywalker
I
is
know that
probably the
feeling.
worst things ever made as well. Like it's
Yeah.
Which
He's got kids, which proves he can finish something. But
Well,
someone can.
no, he starts something and somebody else finishes it. This is the entire point. It's like if I start because I'm exactly, I have like shiny syndrome, shiny item syndrome or whatever it is. It's like when you start something, you have loads of enthusiasm, like I can't be bothered with this anymore, and you're like, I'd rather do something else. This thing's far more interesting. I think it's a very common human trope. It's just a real problem when you're in a massive, you have multi-million-dollar companies waiting for you to finish up something, and you're like, no, but I'd rather be doing this new thing over
you can't be a magpie unless you're like James Cameron. Like takes way too long. Everything's expensive, but he makes enough money where people will put up with him. The minute like he has a couple of flops, they will never put up with him again.
Oh yeah, he'd be doomed if Avatar 2 had flopped.
I just remember the fact that Abrams was saying, "Yeah, they're not all dead in the beginning."
Yeah, I stopped after season 1. I was like, nope, I don't care. Happy birthday, Bernard Hill, 4th Aeolingus.
Oh yeah.
UP shoot again. Happy birthday, sir.
I respect him all the more because he pretty much just came out and said, I don't see why they're making Rings of Power. It seems kind of stupid. We got it right.
Yep.
Brilliant. Thank you, Bernard.
Yes. Based. Smooth the DJ for 5 British pounds. That's euros. Sorry, euros.
Not proper money.
Basically pounds at this point. Like they're pretty much the same value.
Yeah,
It's
counterfeit.
true, actually.
Counterfeit pounds. Hail to the fellowship. Sorry, Smooth. 20 years, huh? Time sure flies. I remember watching the movie in theaters the first time. I wish I could relive that again. Sorry, Smooth. I love you.
Hey, I'm Smooth will appreciate that as much as I do.
Yes. How am I supposed to say this? Maxinator 12, because I'm an illiterate American. $20 says, "Hail all! Question for the panel: who was your favorite character of the trilogy, and why is it Samwise? Love you all, and I can't wait for the EFAP on Wednesday."
We should go around one by one. Do your favorite and why. And if someone said the character already, no longer allowed to pick them.
All right. You start. You came.
Why
up
on
with
you
this
first,
idea.
Gary? You're top left.
Well, because I can't. It's always besides Gandalf. It's Theoden.
Well,
Fuck.
There you go. Then.
Yeah.
Go first. Tell us why you love Theoden. What's so great about him?
Theoden is. I love his redemption arc. After falling in, under the spell and, just absolutely being devastated within the movie. I'm talking about the movie concept of it. So he's being taken over by Saruman, and Wormtongue has gotten to him, and he was, and when he wakes up, his son is dead. And he feels like he's failed his niece and nephew completely. He fails his kingdom. This man just feels like he's not worthy of being a king, and he fights through that. He needs help, but he's such a good man. He's such a good man at the end. And it's played so well. Plus he has the best fucking speeches, and he he also works kind of as a surrogate for the audience when you're like in the middle of this battle. He's like, how in the fuck did we get here? Like, what happened to men? The days have gone down in the West, and it's such a brilliant performance through and through. That's why he's my favorite character. But I love a good redemption arc. So not that it was necessarily his fault, but still. And he takes responsibility. Like that too.
All right. We going clockwise?
Yeah.
Okay then. So everyone already knows this is my same answer every time, and it always will be, and it has been since I first watched the film, and it is to this day. Mr. Boromir, mainly because once you get the full context, which I desperately desired to see when I got the extendeds, I didn't realize the whole scene in Osgiliath where they take it is so important for Faramir, Denethor, and Boromir, and it's such a sad fact that's not in the theatrical. But this man who's been brought up under the shadow of a person who's desperate to prove that they like control. Like Denethor's got a lot of insecurities that I think really help inform Boromir's point of view, which is that they need to make sure they earn their right to be in essentially control of Minas Tirith until the line of kings returns. And so like they not only need to inspire, they need to be strong, they need to be courageous, they need to show the rest of Middle Earth that they're the ones that can protect, they're the ones that have been given this responsibility and that they can pull through with it. And they do. Boromir being the one that we get told is regularly like keeping Osgiliath within the realm of men instead of allowing it to fall to Mordor. And then being sent to go and grab this weapon that's going to end it. It's going to destroy Mordor forever. And he's like, that's kind of exciting. That's kind of invigorating. He gets there, and all these people are like, we're going to destroy it. We're going to hand it to some fucking child, basically. And he's like, what in the hell are you guys talking about? And then, because he has respect for Elrond and the nature of the elves and stuff, he's like, okay, fine. I'll go with you, and I'll ensure this to happen. Spends the whole time ensuring the safety of the Fellowship, but at the same time falling gradually to the temptation of the ring, which is something I always find is a really interesting variable for all the characters to have to deal with. That ring, that fucking ring, is bringing him down all the time. And yeah, of course, he breaks. One of the little bits that I really noticed on a recent watch through was when they arrive at I forget the place, but it's basically Amon Hen, and they're all getting off the boats. Everyone's basically fine, and the camera hangs on him for a little bit, and he's just fucking like he can't handle it anymore. He's constantly thinking about it, and he's like shaking a bit, looking down, just like, whew, okay, like it's because it's all he's thinking about. He talks about when we reach Galadriel, right? That she tells him, "Don't worry, like men will be fine. Gondor won't fall." And all he says to Aragorn is, "I don't believe her. It's not going to happen. Man is like doomed. We have to get the ring. It's the most important thing ever." And his interest is desperation to get that thing. It just represents the fact that he wants to save the world. He wants to protect people, and he knows he's going to fail without it. And then he has his moment with Frodo, which is his obviously low point, which brings you right into his highest point, which is sacrificing himself to save two people. And those 3 arrows, that way that he goes down, it's like one of the most heroic deaths in all of media. Always stuck with me. And everything he says to Aragorn. And I love that Aragorn takes the moment to inspire him and tell him, like, it's going to be okay. Like, right before he dies, he tells him everything he wants to hear, which is that man will be saved, that Aragorn won't let them fail, and that Boromir did his job. There's nothing to be ashamed of. He did everything right, sort of thing. It's he's great.
I can't argue with any of that. Such a good character. Disbrew.
My favorite character, I've always said, I'm not sure how much of a normie opinion it is. Mine is always Aragorn, specifically because not only is he like the perfect personification of man, but imagine if you lived for an exceptionally long life, or if anybody did in like modern times. What would they do? Well, they probably just watch Netflix and get fat, right? Whereas Aragorn committed his entire life to improving. He became a master of fighting. He saved people. He put himself on the line for other people. And he rejected power. He could have been king at any point, but he rejected it. And one of the things that's always common among like kings or heroes is that they reject power and it's thrust upon them rather than them going out and seeking it and like inflicting some kind of harm upon other people in order to seize power. Like, that's what the villain does. The hero is someone who's like, well, nobody else is going to do this thing. Nobody else is left, so I need to do it. And Aragorn was that person that did it, but only after he'd gone through enough struggle, strife, and sort of heroism in his own life where he could actually take up on that mantle, and he knew what it was like to be upon the other side. He'd seen how everyone else lived. He'd traveled the world. He'd saved those people. He'd met those people. He wasn't like abstract from it. He wasn't born from some kind of monarchy where he'd lived a life of privilege and comfort and then decided to just lord it upon the peasants. And so I like Aragorn not just because of the deeds that he did in the movies, but because of the life and values that he had in leading into the future. It was, I think, if you imagine what the world was like after he became king, he would have done as much good being king as he did beforehand.
Well said.
Man,
Drinker.
Me? Okay,
Yeah.
well, I think if I'd had the choice myself right at the beginning, I probably would have chosen Theoden as well. So you chose wisely there, sir. But since I can't, I'm going to go with Gandalf. He is just fucking awesome from start to finish. A man who has lived an unbelievably long life. Like, he is thousands of years old by this point. I mean, I say man, he's not even a man. He's like essentially like an angel or an angelic being that's been sent down to help Middle Earth. A man who has to balance the fate of an entire world in his plans, in all of the things that he sets in motion, has to be in so many different places, has to do so much to try and make things happen as they need to, battles all these incredible, terrifying enemies like Balrogs, and takes on Saruman, and is tempted by the ring but rejects it. Like, he comes through all of that, but can still find the time to take care and try to give comfort to hobbits, to like Merry and Pippin, to give them like little encouraging speeches and things like this. It's such a great balance of a character, a man who can see the world in the grandest scale imaginable, but also can still care about the lowliest of individuals. And just, yeah, an awesome, inspiring character who just never falters.
That's why. I mean, he's actually my favorite, but I mean, it's such an obvious choice, right? What about you, George?
Well, since both of you have taken my favorites, it was first Theoden and then Gandalf. Yeah, it's like, shit. How can you follow that up after that? It's like being an audience member and enjoying it all? No. I love Gandalf the Grey. That's my favorite more before his resurrection. I just like the way he's more of a prophet and a friend, how he does have this macro view of everything that's going on in the world, this knowledge of how many thousands of years he's lived since he's been on Middle Earth since I think it was the late Second Age or Second Age. And now he's hanging out with the hobbits and his temptation, how he was tempted inside to grab the ring. Now he has to fight that all at the same time while being led by not only his instinct combined with his knowledge, but people that he has put in his trust in the hobbits. And I just think that's a powerful message. It's one of hope and strength. And it's just a beautiful.
And he's a little grumpy. He's a little grumpy because he's frustrated because he's like this powerful being
who's stuck in an old body.
This old man.
Yeah.
But I liked Gandalf the Grey much more than. I mean, I love Gandalf the White. I'm splitting hairs now, but I really loved Gandalf the Grey. He had a little bit more fun. Like, let's smoke the tobacco, let's have a drink.
Moments, like when he grabs the fireworks and he's like,
yeah.
It's awesome. And then, of course, when Bilbo says, and I like less than half of you, half as much as you deserve, whatever, that's Gandalf, and he's just like, this is funny.
That Gandalf, yeah.
Loads of little moments like that where he's just enjoying it, and I believe he does spend time in the Shire because he fucking likes it there. It's
he likes
so
it.
chill. And
he
firing off the fireworks, pissing off all the adult hobbits, for all the children hobbits, like, yeah, fucking this is awesome. And he's just like, yeah.
I think he appreciates these little moments of peace and like happiness because he knows what's coming, and he's just like, yeah, I should probably enjoy this while it lasts. I think
Kick back and have some pipe weed.
I think you also have a difference in the character that Gandalf the Grey was probably brought into this world for a different purpose that he'd already succeeded in, whereas Gandalf the White had a job to do. And it's like, once we get this through, he would probably eventually morph into that character when he gone through the years.
Right.
Yeah.
He was more of the White has always been one who's Tolkien used to discuss, and others have tried to, or he inferred, where you have more of the Christ-like figure coming back in his resurrection and taking on the sins, guiding, but still leaving man with choices. But there was just something, I'm sure you're right, he might have gone back to that. You see a little bit of flair after they win the Battle of the Hornburg, and then they leave Isengard, and after dealing with Saruman. No, you could be right.
Of all the inquisitive hobbits Peregrine took, you are the worst.
Yep.
I love that line.
Earl Starbuck for $10 says, "Hail Nerdrotic and happy birthday to Bernard Hill. Do you gentlemen think the upcoming Rohirrim cartoon," I like it calls it cartoon, which it is, will do justice to Rohan? There's so much potential there, and I'd like to see it done well. I think so. I'm actually looking forward to that. That comes out in 1 year. 1 year.
Yeah,
We'll be
Eowyn.
talking about it.
Eowyn is going to
She's going to narrate
it.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. Just another red shirt says, I just lost my place. Why did I lose my place? Hi, Gary. You look into the Dark Sword Armory. Anduril sword is real high carbon steel, functional sword. The real blade is available at Cult of Athena. FYI. Also, thanks for you guys are great. Yeah, I've got an Atlanta cutlery one, but I'll check that out, man, for sure. We have Declan Lyons for 10 British pounds, proper money. I love the trilogy, and it's probably the best book adaptation
Euros
ever
again,
made. Is that euros too?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything with the E.
Oh, okay. Is that what that is? An E?
Well,
It's some foreign looking thing to me. So it's all pesos. But I can't understand or forgive the dwarf tossing jokes. How did Peter Jackson ever think it was a good idea? I didn't mind him.
I like
are we,
that.
are we,
bit,
are we
actually.
joking here? Like, that's some of my favorite fucking comedy with Gimli. I absolutely
Don't tell
adore it.
anyone.
When, especially when he
when he gets drunk. When he gets drunk.
I do love it in Moria, where it's like nobody tosses a dwarf and like throws himself up when he can't quite make the jump. Has to grab him by the beard.
Don't tell anybody. Don't tell.
Aragorn knowing that that's something he's not allowed to do after that experience of being like, wait, what? You want me to toss you now? It helps you. You know, the camera's sitting tight on him and being like, I cannot jump the distance. Like he's like trying to convince them both. It has to happen.
Dwarves go swimming with little hairy women. I love that shit.
Hell yeah.
Don't tell
But
me.
I also like Legolas.
But that's okay.
He's like, I'm feeling something in my fingertips.
Yep. Oh, it went away. Declan, thank you for the 10 euros. I appreciate it. Hello to everyone on the panel. Return of the King is my favorite of the trilogy, says the Walrus Jedi for $5. A lot of people say that.
Well, yeah, it's worth mentioning. You can pick any of them. They're bloody brilliant, all three.
The Grizzly is gifted 5 Nerdrotic memberships. Thank you, Grizzly. Good man. The Bob That God Made Mad for $19.99. If only Peter Jackson's Halo project could have been made and brought that lore to the big screen, not the insult to the fans of the show was. Hey, you're getting season 2. Maybe you'll see Master Chief's cock this time.
I'm surprised we haven't by this point.
Wow. I didn't know there was a season 2.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The season 2 got renewed before the first one showed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Fucking disastrous show.
Master Cheeks.
Master Cheeks, yeah. M8566 for $2 says best film ever made. Not going to argue with any of that. I have my home theater nearly finished and will be christening it with the extended UHD copy of the trilogy. Pure perfection in movie making. Any Hitchcock film next. Not going to argue that either. As Elon said, Amazon, go fuck yourself. Says Star Trekker 58 for $10 Australian dollars. Hell. Yes, I did we christen it? Yes, I did christen my home theater with the Lord of the Rings. I waited. Which was hard, but now I'm in there all the time. It's my wife made it special. It was like a surprise present when I got to the house, and it's fucking amazing, dude. She went all out. So yeah, she's a keeper. And you want to know what else is a keeper? I have a Lord of the Rings Return of the King banner. Now, I have all the vinyl banners, but the other ones are more poster size. It's like 6 by 9. You know, they're like poster. But this one, the only banner they made is the 3x9, the more wide one. And I was gonna just put it on the ceiling in my office, and she's like, no, put it in the living room. I'm like, really? Like, you're all right. You're all right. Which unnamed orc is your favorite? Hail EFAP. Piston for €2. I already know. It's it's head for hat. The other one, okay, because there's two. But what he has a name though. Is it? Oh shit! Why am I blanking on the name? I'm gonna look it up now.
Just while you're looking, there's one that always stuck with me, and it's like a small orc in Mordor when Sam and Frodo have been like taken prisoner, and like a big fight erupts in like the tower that they're being held in, and there's one that just gets thrown off a balcony and lands on a fucking table amongst others, and he just immediately leaps to his feet and starts fucking fighting them. It's great. Just no shit's given.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. That battle after Sam and Frodo are in Mordor. One of the orcs, like, just after they start fighting, just screams, and it looks so. The prosthetics look so fucking real, and I don't know how they did it. There's no CGI in it. That one looked badass.
I was going to say, by the way, they say unnamed orc. Were there any of the orc names given in the films, like Lurtz and Gothmog? I don't remember those names actually being said in the films. I know them from like Top Trumps video games and a bunch of third-party stuff.
Yeah, they never say the names.
Yeah, I don't think so
in the movie.
Kind of neat because like I think that
the Uruk-hai got it. Didn't he have a name? The Uruk-hai who shot Borman?
Yeah, his name was Lurtz, which is my favorite of all of the names. But I don't think they ever give the name in the film. I don't think we ever know it from the film. Because you got Shaku, I think, is the boss of the Warg Riders.
Because it's weird, like, because they're so like by their very nature, they're just mass produced to go into war and die.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't even think they would bother with names for them. Like, yeah. Orc number 57.
It's not Grishnok is let's have a taste. Put a maggot hole in your belly.
It's like the
Guritz.
Guritz. The one
There's Ugluk as well. I can't remember which one that was.
The one that's carrying the bomb for Helm's Deep. It's just like they're hitting him with arrows and everything. It's like, oh, hit me! Stop trying to hit me and hit me! It's just like running along. What a Chad.
Dude, the guy who blows up Helm's Deep, for a fact he was one of the most inspirational Uruk-hai ever. They were probably
like, come on!
There'll be like statues to him. Like,
there will be. No, Guritz is the one. If you get the 1/6 scale, he's got somebody's head, a skull for a hat.
Oh, that
and he
guy
carries the flag, and he's got a scythe, and it's really fucking cool.
Isn't that the guy we lovingly called Head Wearing Headman?
Yes, we did. Yes, that's Guritz. I'm going right now to watch the trilogy. Love you guys. His life is good for $5. Hell yeah, that's what this is about. Go watch something good. I have only ever seen the extended editions. That is why my mom had when I was a youngster, the Walrus Jedi for $5. Well, that's good. You're better off for that.
I had the Broken Arrow VHS. I've probably seen that movie more than many times than anything else.
Broken Arrow with.
I like Broken Arrow.
I like Broken Arrow too.
I'm with you on that one.
I like, but you talking about the John Woo flick?
I don't know that it was made by John Woo.
Don't fire your guns at the nuclear weapons.
Stop shooting at the thermonuclear weapons.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Yeah, that's a great film. Fun film. I think it's John Woo. I think
it was John Woo.
Woo.
Like his first big American one. I think. Then I think he went and did Face Off and a couple others.
Mission Impossible.
I didn't know he'd done Face Off either. I've just never forgiven him for making Mission Impossible 2. Like that for me, that was when I was like, oh no.
But stop. Broken Arrow and Face Off, two of my faves.
Broken Arrow, it's probably my most watched movie of all time because
it's fun.
Christian Slater and
Travolta. John Travolta.
Diversity Hire, welcome to the memberships. Polish fans did Witcher movie for $25,000. That looks better than the Witcher Netflix shit. I can attest to that. It actually looks like the game. When you have passion, money is nice, but not necessary. It forces a good creative, a good man, a good adult knows when to show restraint. True creativity is not doing everything just because you can.
Yeah.
You got to hold back on some stuff. Hail to Gandalf Roddick, Long Man Sauron, in the panel /chat from John Platt. Been a member for 34 months. Has it been 34 months since we started memberships? Oh, Yeah, it has.
Well,
been
it must
here.
have been.
That's a fucking long time. I blanked. I thought I was on Nerdrotic Live for a second. It's like, wait a minute, we just started those. Time to rewatch for the billionth time. Goodbye, 9 hours. I hope to own as many weapon replicas from the trilogy. Gorgeous designs. They are ARM Productions for $4.99. I have Gandalf's staff, Andrew. I have
I have Glamdring behind me and his staff.
Yes.
I'm going to get Anduril. There's like a shop in Edinburgh that sells them, and it's actually a pretty good replica.
Yeah. Oh, it's beautiful. I have a Strider sword and
I don't have
Theoden
Striders.
sword.
I don't have Striders. I have Ender.
These are all from my comic shop days. I bought that shit. Like, I was able to get it at wholesale price. So I'm like, hell yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah. I got the United Cutlery because I've seen a lot of.
Yeah, they're good. That's who made it. The only one I don't have that I'm thinking about pulling the trigger on is Saruman's staff, but that thing is worth so much money now. It is. There's bad knockoffs of it, but Saruman's staff is like 6 feet tall. Don't get the shorter one. It's got to be like 6 feet tall, or no, it's a little higher. I think it's 74 inches.
How it goes? Does it go above Christopher Lee? It doesn't, right?
Christopher Lee, who's like 6'5", right?
Yeah. So.
But it's worth like $1,000 right now. It's a lot of money. It's like something like.
Oh yeah, in the movie, it's taller than him.
Generals gathered in their masses. Hell yeah. Little Black Sabbath. Because Lord of the Rings is fucking metal. Because Lord of the Rings is metal.
Anyone disagree with that?
Anybody disagree with
You don't disagree that fantasy is metal?
Trying to market my own book now. Fires at the end. I want something that is hopeful and just be pure sci-fi fantasy. A long road ahead. Wish me luck. Good luck, Josh. Do it. Do it for yourself.
Good
Josh,
luck, man. Now's the time.
Yes. Agreed. How's your movie coming along, Drinker?
It's
How's your little
going great. I can't wait to start sharing stuff.
Ooh,
We're almost allowed to start showing things. I think, Mahler, I've shown you a few clips, haven't I?
Yeah.
It'll
be fun.
Like my precious.
Yeah. Gary, I'll show you a couple of things later on.
Hell yeah.
Privately.
Yes. Gordon Cadell's been a member for 17 months, says, I know the charge of the Rohirrim and I can carry you are people's favorite stuff. But for me, the speech that Gandalf gives the Pippin, it was pure Tolkien. You're right.
Yep.
I mean, if you want to capture the spirit of what Tolkien was about and the language from his book and what makes it so unique, that speech is kind of it. Isaac Gorski. Great. Now I'm going to have to play Warhammer 3 as Bretonia so that I can reenact the charge of the Rohirrim with the iconic music blasting. Hell yeah. That sounds extremely dorky and fun. I fucking love it. Cocoa Beans for $10 says, what do you guys say to people who think that Return of the King came out today? We would call it woke, specifically Eowyn's line, I am no man. I think that's preposterous because she's a well-written character. It's preposterous, and it was written in the 15. We could, what if my aunt had nuts? She'd be my uncle, you know? That's why I gotta say.
That whole line and that whole scene was exactly what it was in the books. So it was a faithful adaptation.
Yeah, I don't people having the question. I hate the people who are like, you would despise this if it came out today, because it's like, oh, shut up. Like, I'm totally okay with people being like, so why does that work where others don't? And it's like, well, the amount of work that's put into Eowyn, something that, I always wanted to mention it, and it's a good thing it's brought up now. The line from Eomer, right? Where there's a sequence where he's basically saying, war is the province of men, women, children, hobbits, whatever. You guys should not be involved in it. That's it. And I think idiots could interpret that as being like, it was pretty misogynist, man.
Yeah.
But like, obviously, the nature of the line, the subtext of the line is he's trying to tell it. It's like, you don't want to be there. We don't want you there. It would be a nightmare. It would be horrible.
No, what he mentions. He mentions that Mary would run. He's like, what would happen when the blood starts rising and the fear comes? He'd run, and he'd be right to. That's the important line in that little speech. Sorry.
And then you when you see what happens to Eowyn, right? She stands with as much might as any man in terms of against the Witch King, stabs him when she gets that chance, has that awesome one-liner, but after it, She's terrified, ruined. She's crawling away from another orc that's going to kill her. She gets saved.
Gothmog, she's running from him. Yeah, was crawling from him. Yeah,
and stabbing the Witch King, attacking him. Right, like curses you, gives you like Morgul whatever, like infection, and everything. It all makes sense. It's a complete package when you see Eomer's reaction to realizing she's on the battlefield. It's absolutely perfect,
dude. That scene, he sells it. Oh my god, does he sell?
Like this isn't an amazing thing. This isn't something you should look up to and try and do. This is a sacrifice that the men made to protect the women from the horror of what war is. Yeah. And so they look up for us as like, no, this is something that we can do as well. It's like, yeah, but you shouldn't have to. This is something that other people do so that you don't have to. That's why they're there. And it's something that Hollywood will never understand. And
well, Rings of Power missed that point so spectacularly.
Yes.
Where you've got all the villagers rallying around to fight the orcs, and it's just like women are fighting there alongside the men, usually leading them. In fact, like fuck off, that just wouldn't happen.
So, yeah, who's looking after the children?
Right. Well, they brought them with them.
The other children.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a reason why the men used to go out there to fight the battle so the women could protect the kids and so they could continue to live if the men died. Mm-hmm. I mean, it was like, what? We're all going to die? No, that's what.
Yeah. Gandalf goes screaming down Gondor. You know, they breached the gates. Get the women and children out. Get them out. Not like put a sword in their hand.
Put a sword.
I just want a remake of the Titanic where it's like women and children first, and then all they go, no, actually, no, it should be 50-50. We'll split it evenly. You know, we believe in equality nowadays.
First, we need everybody's pronouns before we get on the safety mode.
They gotta pull up the social justice bingo card.
Yeah.
Okay. Oppression Olympics. Okay, who goes first? Okay.
1 hour later, everybody's dead.
Thanks me by like one of your non-binary girls.
This time we see Eomer in Rohan, it's on a battlefield and there's just countless dead bodies everywhere. It's just blood and violence, and obviously it's when they find the prince, right? He doesn't want any women to have to be involved in that. He doesn't want any men to have to be involved with it, obviously, but it's something that has to be done.
Yep. You're exactly right. And after watching that again, it's like that's gonna always get misinterpreted.
Oh yeah,
for what it really means. Mike S. Hangout for 1999. Hail to the fellowship and to the chat and the panel. Well, I know what I'm doing tonight to celebrate. I'm going to rewatch Return of the King. It is one of my favorite Lord of the Rings movies, and you're gonna have a good night. Anybody who watches any of this, you're gonna have a good night tonight. That's not a bad day. It's not a bad day. It's not a waste of time. You're watching beautiful art, beautiful storytelling, and you know. And when you're done, you feel like, oh, I can't, but I could blow off my show next and go watch it. I wouldn't do that, but I could watch it again right now. I never get tired of this. Never get tired of this. $49.99 from Scotty Dub. Thank you. Crazy to believe it's 20 years. Yeah, it is kind of crazy to believe it's 20 years since the conclusion of this superb trilogy. Oh, to the enjoy again the halcyon era of 2000 cinema. I know. I was just thinking that I had just bought my store, and between 2000 and 2010, we got a lot of good shit. A lot of good shit.
I've
a lot
become
of good movies.
Quite fond of 90s and 2000s for movies.
Yep.
Time.
Music was still pretty good.
Alive.
Yep. It was a good time to be alive. So utterly dead and buried now are those days. Thanks for all of you, gang, for the remaining based as fuck. You're based, brother. Oh, hopefully we'll get something good will come out of this. Something good is coming out of this. But so like don't get too down. Like, you know, we're seeing the tide turn, and
the further you zoom out in time, the more you can see like the cycles, the waves, and it's like we'll come back. It'll come back. It's possible. There's artists out there who want to make this shit.
Yeah,
and a lot of them might be inspired by how bad things have gotten.
That's the great thing about money. Like the best thing will get the most money, and so therefore it's inevitable it will come back because everybody wants to make money.
We got some good things this year. We did. After COVID, we got some good things. Now we'll find out about next year. We got House of the Dragon. That's coming. Reacher's out right now. Go watch it on Thursday. It's fucking good. Tulsa King season 2 will come out someday, I hope. It's going into production. Freaking love that show. So there are good things. That One Piece will come back.
Yes.
The interesting thing is if you look at Korean stuff, because it's made differently, so it's independent studios make something and then try and sell it to Netflix. And so they have to make something good that Netflix will pick up in order for them to buy it in the first place, rather than like Warner Brothers making their own thing that they're inevitably going to buy. So there's lots of Korean good stuff. Like Sweet Home Season 2 just came out. Sweet Home Season 3 is coming out into the summer. You're getting another season of Alice in Borderland is coming up. And it's why if I want something good, I'll just go and watch foreign stuff at the moment. I'm fine with the West. If the West entertainment needs to die for a few years and so other people can come through, I'm fine with that. There are other places in the world that can make entertainment. And that is entirely antithetical to what I would have been like 5 years ago. Whereas now, I'm just going to go there first.
And I'm willing to try way more. Like I'm going to go check out Blue-Eyed Samurai. There's another.
Do it. It's good.
Brilliant.
I heard it's really fucking good, so I'm watching that in the next couple of days. And then there's another adaptation I'm gonna try. You know, like stuff I would have never thought about, but now I got the time. It's like, all right, let's do it.
Well, also, Gary Drinkers fully recommended it. Now you're gonna finish up Full the House of Usher, maybe.
I am, but I have to watch that with my wife. I can't.
Oh,
there's certain things I can't watch without my wife. So we started going through Altered Carbon again, season 1, which is fantastic.
Oh, the best.
So fucking good. Can't watch that without her. Can't watch Buffy and Angel without her, and now I can't watch Follow the House of Usher. But
you should check out The Killer.
I watched The Killer. I like The Killer.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
I loved it.
Yep.
I've been listening to Smith's music kind of nonstop.
Smith. Oh yeah,
I love the Smiths.
Oh yeah,
I love Morrissey. Jason Webster for $10 The best films of 2023 came from international directors. Takashi Yamazaki, Hirokazu Korida, and Christopher Nolan, who is a big foreigner to me. So on. They have education and experience making perfect for the films they helmed. Yep. And according to some, which is very encouraging to hear, Christopher Nolan is not a woke idiot. It's not a woke idiot. Quite the opposite. But keeps it to himself. Just lets his art speak for himself, like more people should.
My theory has always been that there isn't a single person who's talented who could be woke, because to be woke,
good theory.
It's an ideology that values weakness and being at the dregs. And so every single person that supports it, by definition, can't have any talent, because if they would support meritocracy, which would actually value their talents.
Well, because woke is supported by miserable people who live miserable lives and want to blame somebody else because they don't have the ability or the work ethic to do anything but be miserable.
They don't want to inspire. They're not happy.
Yeah, and it's an ideology based on dragging other people down to your level. Whereas if you're already at the top, you're like, why would I want to be dragged down? And so this is one of the reasons why I don't think Hollywood can make good movies. Because if all the people believe that kind of stuff, then all of those people, by definition, would be awful. And they cannot be better than themselves.
Yep. JDub34 for $20. Thanks for talking about such an excellent franchise, Gary. Long live English culture. I agree with that. Bless your hearts over there. Long live Clarkson's Farm. Great having Disbrew and Mahler and Drinker and George and on a lot recently. Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry again. I couldn't make it to Friday Night Tights, but Wednesday will be why.
Cool. It'll be there for Aquaman.
No, you'll need the rest because, Rebel Moon and Aquaman on the same day.
To say on that. Hell yeah.
I am desperately trying to get an early screening. I said I'd never do that, but there's early screenings you can, send your email. You get a snowball's chance in hell of getting the ticket, but I'm trying to, so I don't have to watch Rebel Moon and Aquaman on the same day. But I probably will have to. That's a fucking tough day, dude.
My dad. I'm like, do you want to go and see this movie at the cinema? It's like, oh yeah, sure. It's like, yeah, but you don't realize I know it's going to be awful. That's why I want to go.
Yeah. I mysteriously woke up at 3 a.m., had a joint, then got a notification for the stream. It's nice to hear your passion. I've never seen Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit. Oh, great con for $5 Australian. Do you want to have a great experience? Watch Lord of the Rings. You're in luck, buddy. You know what? Spark one up. The reason Lord of the Rings got so popular with the hippies is pipeweed. I wish it was something more deeper than that, but it's not. and that's what really propelled it. It was the Star Wars of the 60s. So every year my Smeagol Voice birthday, I watch I watch the entire trilogy. I do this alone because I cry out all my tears for the year and look like an embarrassing dehydrated mess by the end. Hail, says Flavorful Chunt for $9.99. We have JC King for $20, says, I was in the 4th grade when Return of the King came out. Youngster, you little embryo baby. We were all depressed because my mom was dying from cancer. Oh shit. My dad let us skip school so we could go see it in theaters. I cannot begin to express how much that meant to me. Good dad. Sorry about that. I hope your mom's okay.
Yeah.
Yep. No, that's what escapism is for, and that's a good pops. Anti-Pattern Zero for $20 went on a date to the midnight showing of this. We got home at 4 a.m. and had to work the next day. She loved the movie. I married her, and we're still together with 2 kids. Hail!
That was the test. He was
So
like,
the
she loved the
question is-
movie. If not, then she was gone.
My question, I mean, obviously they got together, but did you get laid that night? That's Man of War 665, the neighbor of the beast, says, Rob, you never mentioned my member anymore. Kevin Smith. I saw Kevin at LA Comic-Con. Gave him a little
Was he
winks.
crying?
No, he wasn't
No.
crying. He was
I was
skinny.
lucky.
He looks super skinny.
Did you ask him about He-Man?
No,
Then
I
he would
should
have
have
been
said.
crying.
You didn't razz him?
I think his self-respect is directly tied to his weight as his mass has decreased, so is his self-respect.
It's all the tears. It like sucks it out of him.
Dude,
cried all the fat out of his body.
He was in the green room. Like, I was supposed to be in the green room, but I was out talking to some members of the fellowship, and Chris was in the green room with him. I know that. So before our panels. But yeah, I would have just said Neon from Clownfish says hi. Geeky and Neon say hi. That would have been the only thing I said, because he did try to ruin their channel. Have a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you too. Gunpla Razi. Did I get that right? Sure. But Merry Christmas. The alphabet agencies and their puppets, Tech Corps, feel like the unchecked bureaucrats, unelected bureaucrats should run the country. Trump is unbribable, etc. Therefore, fear he's going to destroy their power. Mark of reality for $10. That's Elon and Trump are kind of the same thing, like them or not. They're disruptors. They're disrupting an established corrupt system. And that established corrupt system is going to fight back. Fight very dirty, by the way. JD is the new gold standard for 10 British pounds. I got that one right? Did I get the symbol right?
That's the
Thank
one.
you.
There you
Proper
go.
money.
That's
The correct
proper
money.
money. Yes. I still have some, by the way. Not Return of the King, but Aragorn, disguised as Thorongil, knew Boromir as a child. He made his death even more painful when he said they will look for his coming from the White Tower, but he will not return. No, that's but this might be sacrilege to some. His death scene in the movie is better. My king, because he doesn't say that in the book.
Well, I can get behind that.
Yeah,
Well, he's
there's
dead.
some
Aragorn
stuff.
doesn't even find him until he's already dead
Right.
in the book.
Yep, and
Like, there are some things that Jackson did which improved it. Like I was saying earlier from the book, Denethor. I love the way he portrays him in the movie, where he's, going nuts, being corrupted. But in the book, he's the one who orders to have the beacons lit instead of the way Jackson did, which I think is just
I love the way it's done in the movie. And the lighting of the beacons is one of my favorite scenes. It's up there just because of the music.
Yep.
I mean, yeah.
Shade of Achilles for 20 British pounds, proper money. These films were like a religious epiphany for me since I first saw them in the cinema as a child. I unashamedly cry at scenes no matter how many times I've seen them. Tolkien et al. Captured a spirit of England, but all but lost today. You know, and that's what really sucks is your country is actually old and does have like a rich history that and so much of it's wiped out. Like,
This
gone
is
forever.
why I kind of disagree with the idea of when he said it was a mythology for England. It's like we didn't need a mythology because we just had history. Like it actually all happened. But as time goes on, you do think that history gets changed and altered, and so it's probably more valuable actually that somebody wrote something down permanently as like a matter of fiction, because at least that's a fixed point of what it used to be.
But you guys used to have a mythology and it's all lost. That was like Greek mythology, Norse mythology.
Was conquest
it's all
after
fucking
conquest.
gone. Yeah, everything's like Arthurian now. It's like post-Arthurian. I mean, you have like little whispers of it.
Tolkien didn't like that. He didn't like the Arthurian mythos. That's why he wanted to replace it, because he's like, one invasion after the other was lost. Then grandma to grandpa.
See, I like the Arthurian myth. I like
too.
Arthur and
Yeah,
I
they're
like
cool.
Robin Hood and that kind of stuff.
Those are both.
This is why
awesome.
it was stupid when a certain Canadian said that no one cares about Robin Hood. It's like,
I
have you ever
know.
spoken
It's
to
like,
the
that idiot.
Britain would beg to differ, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, dude. Big time. That's like saying you don't care about Sherlock Holmes. Nobody cares about Sherlock Holmes. Fuck you. Merry Christmas, everyone, from Loki Ellis, who's been a member for 23 months. Thank you. Merry Christmas to you. I'm fired up. I have my Pander Stone right here. You see my
It gives
He
you
touches it for
power.
extra power.
Yeah, it even lights up. But yeah, somebody 3D printed me a Pander Stone, which is awesome. Yeah. Any truth to the rumor that Disney is buying the rights to produce the sequel to Ishtar? They probably should. Kate C, AK Plush Kitten for $5.
Wow.
Hail, I would stay, but I'm going to rewatch Lord of the Rings trilogy. I haven't watched them fully in a while. Peace out, Atomic Patriot. Well, we were a giant commercial for it. So Gothmog was made to look like Harvey Weinstein, says Philip Butler. I mean, he did.
Well, so I heard a lot of it was based on the Elephant Man as well, right? With how the skin would work. But the fun fact that I knew about that I thought was hilarious was that
wasn't Gothmog? Sorry, it's the guy without the nose.
Oh, that dude. Yeah, that looks a lot like.
Yeah, that guy is supposed to look like Harvey Weinstein.
Because Peter Jackson did not like Harvey Weinstein at all. And this is something I read about. I haven't actually checked to see if it's true. I assume it is. But in the credits, I think for Return of the King, when it credits Harvey Weinstein, there's an image in the background of a soldier fighting two trolls. And they're deliberately. Like it's pretty fun.
That's funny. Well, a lot of people didn't like Harvey, but they just couldn't speak up. TT for $5 Australian. Hollywood didn't make Lord of the Rings in the first place. New Zealand did. Yeah, you're right. Hollywood funded it, but they didn't make it. They did not make it. Lord of the Rings trilogy has stood the test of time. Nothing will ever destroy or take the beloved movies away from us. You are right. Polsky, been a member for 8 months. We appreciate it. I would have loved to see the Wizard duel where they are just conjuring shit up. Love the characters. Not a fan of the duel. Stuff Hobbs for $20. I am. Now, are you talking about the duel from the Key and Peele sketch? No. If you haven't watched the Key and Peele the duel of the magical girls, you after this you need to watch it. It's pretty fucking funny, especially considering that movie. I made it. If made today, Gandalf will be a trans allegory. Rob G, you're not wrong. You're not wrong about that. Obi-Wan Shinobi came as a member. Welcome. 21 Palikas gifted a membership. Cheers. There will never be films made like Lord of the Rings trilogy ever again. There's way too much love, care, dedication, and respect in production. Things like that are lost now. You are Sentinel Rex. That's one of the biggest problems with corporatism. It doesn't allow the human factor to come in, and everything is all processed. Everything is all homogenized and processed and run through analytics and fucking focus groups.
But what do you think he's going to do with Warner Brothers now with these new films? You think Jackson's going to? Yes, they're going to remake it because it's a huge cash cow. They are going to remake it. He'll probably be a consultant. I was hoping he was going to lead the effort because that's what they were saying for.
I would tell him not to do it. I would say if you want to do something and you really want to piss off Amazon, go make The War of the Last Alliance. That could be a great trilogy that leads right into Lord of the Rings. If you have to do something, I prefer you didn't do anything. That would be my preference.
I'd love him to do the Second Age and then go into the
and they certainly can. Recently watched the trilogy. Oh wait, recently watched the trilogy with my 13-year-old son. Good dad. When Boromir said, "My brother, my captain, my king," tears were streaming down his face. Well, that means he's a good boy. One of those moments that'll stay with me forever. Great movies can do that, says Robert Michael for 20 euros. What a good pops. A lot of good dads out there. I love that Tolkien showed evil men with respect. The Harad were cruel and tall and a grim folk and not easily daunted by shade or blade. The Easterlings were hardened and warlike and asked no quarter. Slow Abaga for $10. That is correct.
Yeah, because evil isn't cowardly. It has a different morality than you do. It values something different than you do.
Yeah. And there is more depth to them in the books, obviously. The Rohirrim were guided by basically the wild men, the other wild men. And that's how they were able to make it to Pelennor Fields without being detected. There's a lot. That's why you should read the books. Read the books. We were talking about it in your 8-hour stream. Like the wild men were allowed back into the kingdom, and they actually were welcomed back in, and they helped rebuild. Helm's Deep. They helped rebuild it.
There's a lot of that in the films as well. Like this, they always want a path back. Like the first thing Theoden says when he sees Grima after everything that's happened is, "You were once a man of Rohan. Like, come back. Don't be rid of Saruman." It's so awesome to offer that, and that's what humanity needs. It always needs that option to come back.
I wish my camera had that option to come back. I've only got like one more live stream today, and then I got to finish recording a video. So hopefully it just doesn't keep shutting off there. Where do we go? The Hobbit's biggest fault is because it's too long.
Well,
nobody's ever said that.
It's not very good either.
It's not even.
That's a pretty big fault.
I completely agree, but like as we said when we were talking about Lord of the Rings, it's never even about the length. It's always the pacing. It's the Hobbit. Just you feel the length when you normally wouldn't if it was really well paced. Lord of the Rings, things keep changing, developing, and increasing, growing, and you'll be like, wait, sorry, what? That was 12 hours. You're like, yeah.
There's a fan edit that's excellent. That's excellent.
Does that merge all three into one movie?
Yes,
what they did.
They did, and they just cut it way the fuck down. And it's a fun watch. Somebody sent it to me. It was really nice. Marty G for €6 says, if Gothmog is Harvey Weinstein, is it a coincidence that Eowyn ends up fighting him and running from him? Well, I mean, that represents all the women in Hollywood who had to deal with him, pretty much.
Well,
fucker. And all the women, let's not forget all the women who protected him, too. Dances with Mohicans for $50. Hail! Hail the Fellowship and hail Lord of the Rings. I owe escapists like Tolkien a great debt for inspiring me to create my own story, Good versus Evil. My novel, Tidal Fates Calling, is officially available for pre-order. That's Tidal Fates Calling, officially available for pre-order. Here's to taking back entertainment. Get it!
Here, here.
Absolutely.
On the Rohirrim charge, fair play to Grimbold, who took his company right past the wall. He feared no darkness. Thanks for good content and all. Continue the good work. I love that. He did what he was told. He's a good man. And we saw that one. Denethor is your favorite. Lady Aaron D, always here, by the way. She's awesome. Tomas, thanks. I'm going to call it Tom. Thanks, Tom, for joining, being a YouTube membership. It's better that than me butcher your name beyond repair. Gimli, with his 3 hairs moment, still brings me to tears. The history of that moment blows me away. Yeah, that is a huge moment
Mhm.
in the books.
Oh, yeah.
You get it in the movie, but it is a huge moment in the books because the enmity between the dwarves and elves and
It's
yeah,
why he's offered. That's why he's offered to go to the Undying Lands later. His love
Yep.
for
after his
Right.
travels with
Yeah.
Legolas.
Yeah.
Call sign Elucard for $4.99. Thank you very much. Mark Demshock, while you were while you were talking about the scene in The Return of the King when Theoden sees the army and gives his speech, I began to cry. The scene is permanently imprinted. Yeah, I that's what I posted on Twitter today. That just gets you jacked when you hear that. I consider Gary to be my magical black person in this crazy world. Wow. Thanks for being place of comfort, says Slack Attack for $5. There you go.
Neat.
Black girl magic. Did the interviewer just say he said Tolkien? Yes, he did say
Yeah.
Tolkien. Jimmy D. Rec Room. He did say Tolkien. We try to look past that as much as we can. Oh boy. Doc Shuns, is it
Dotson,
Dachshunds, like the dog. Oh, because there's a dog there. Okay, I didn't see the dog. Dachshunds rule. Dachshunds, all right, for $10. Lord of the Rings came out when my rowdy boys were approaching their teens. They loved it so much they were inspired to read the books. No small feat, as neither liked reading that much. Thank you, at Lord of the Rings. There you go. Yeah, teenage boys. I've got one still. The beacons are lit, says Randy Noms. Hail. And Stu Willis for $50, says Gary.
Pounds, proper money.
Whoa, 50 pounds, proper money. Thanks for correcting me there, Disparu. Wow. Appreciate it. Gary, here is some proper money. Off topic. What stream services do you see going under in the next few years as the contraction happens? Paramount Plus and Peacock are goners. Absolute goners. So count them out. They're leaving this mortal coil of streaming. That'll be the first two, I think, that fall. Max will stay around. Disney Plus is going to get folded in the Hulu and eventually called Hulu because Disney Plus has been a massive failure. So that'll stick around. Prime Video will stick around until they get bored of it. Netflix makes money, so it'll be around. Everything after that, I don't know. I think like Tubi and Fobo and the commercial ones, I think those will stick around.
It amazed me when they changed Showtime to Paramount Plus with Showtime. Out of all the terrible rebrandings, you've made the brand name 5 times longer.
Right? And Paramount Plus used to be CBS All Access. So it's changed 3 times.
I mean, that was a shit name, to be fair.
It
Paramount
was.
Plus is at least slightly better.
Yeah, CBS All Ass. That was
Didn't they just do that to HBO? HBO Max became Max instead of HBO Max.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Which I'm like, why would you want Max? People have grown up with HBO. They know the name.
Zaslav is in that department dumb. North of the Rockies for $20, and for you, Nerdrotic, a sweater to keep you warm this winter that I made from the loincloth of an ice troll that I killed in under 10 seconds. Merry Christmas. Steven voiceover, thanks for making that. That was so good. The End is a new member. This is the beginning of the end. There you go. Peter Jackson made films on passion. Kevin Feige doesn't make passion, not like this sad on Marvel not like this. Sad on Marvel Comics and films declines, says Patrick Kelly for $4.99. You're not wrong. They used to. There used to be some passion involved with the MCU.
Hell yeah.
They're dead.
People would argue it's the passion that made Iron Man survive as a film. Yeah.
Patrick Stewart were a Lord of the Rings character. Who would he be?
Oh, Denethor.
Which version of him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
His early Shakespeare stuff.
Obviously, Gollum.
He'd probably be Wormtongue at this point.
Farmer Maggot. He should be Farmer Maggot. That's what he should be.
He could probably be one of the ring wraiths at this point.
Yeah, he could.
Yes,
he talks like it.
Well, if you picked season 1 Picard, that one.
I went to my first opera. Ironically, the Ring Cycle, 15 hours, 4 nights. Ironically, no die in sight. And this stuff is made for the clowns, stuffing DEI, into everything else. Rave reviews, all white cast. Weird. So the opera wasn't woke. That's kind of strange. You'd think it would be. It's very elitist and kind of gay. But no. No,
It is the theater.
It is the theater. George and Disbrew on the same live stream. Awesome. Keep up the great work, guys. It says Riff Magos for $5 Australian. Hail, brother. Sander Hammerslag. They used more CGI on The Hobbit because of the 3D things that like force perspective doesn't quite work in 3D. Yeah, it doesn't. And quite frankly, I'm glad that like the 3D thing was fun for a couple things, but it got severely annoying because my eyesight's so bad that the 3D stops working like within a couple of minutes, and it just looks like a 2D screen to me. So
it's awful unless the shot is specifically made for 3D.
Yep.
And then it looks great, but anything else is just.
It was just always a gimmick, and it never really took. And I don't think it added to the experience in the slightest.
Hey, George.
Yep.
You got to get out of here.
Yeah, in a minute. Yeah, actually now. Yes.
All right. That's
Thank
cool.
you.
Thanks for being here, man. Tell people where they can find you.
You can find me at Georgia Giant Slayer on YouTube and on Twitter. On Mondays, I'm on Base Staff Mondays, and I release videos about once or twice a week, every Wednesday and Sunday. And that it was great to be here and have this discussion again. Great to see you all. Disbrew, Mauler, Drinker.
Hell yeah.
Gary.
Thanks, man.
And I wish you all a Merry Christmas.
Cheers,
Merry
brother.
Christmas
I'll
to
see
you
too.
Bye, George. I'm trying to find my place now because I fucking lost it. Oh, shit.
It's all right. Maybe we could talk about some Lord of the Rings while you're looking.
Go for it. Wait,
So they're pretty neat movies, huh?
They're pretty neat. MJ Skyver for $10 says the ride of the Rohirrim is my favorite scene. Still Gandalf comforting Pippin in regards to the end. Death, that far green country awaits the dead is so beautiful. Hail to the Jackson trilogy. And hail to you. Where did it go? Yeah, this is trouble. No.
We're going to blame X-Ray Girl.
Well, yeah, she's not here. She's playing fucking Az. Az takes half my staff for some stupid gaming stream, and I'm stuck here. No, I'm just kidding. Just a little bit. It's got to be up here because I found it. Ha ha. Let's go celebrate the sound design of the trilogy, like how perfect a fit and unique the Balrog's roar is. TG official for 50 Swedish krona. It sounds so good. Have to watch it on disc.
I'd love to know what they did to make it exactly, because it almost sounds like a furnace crossed with like some kind of lion. It's so perfect.
Yep.
It sounds like fire roaring.
Yeah.
In a corporeal form. It's really bizarre, but it's so good. Gary, when we seize the receipt from Peter Jackson's After All, Why Not? Why shouldn't I keep it? I know. That's what I did. You're not supposed to do that. Fellowship came out when I was 12. Never heard of the books at the time. Watched it and loved it. Read all 3 books before Two Towers came out. All hail the Fellowship. Says Floodgate for $10. All hail to you. Peter Jackson pitched Lord of the Rings to Miramax as 2 films. Harvey Weinstein told them to do it in 1. So they took it to New Line, who said, why not make 3? Talk about good instincts. That's right. And Robert talked about that. Thank you, Derek, for 140 Zardozes.
What a weird thing to suggest. It's like you've literally got 3 books. Hey, how about we make 3 movies out of them? That would seem to make sense. No, do it in 1.
Do it in 1.
They do it with a lot of stuff. The Lemony Snicket series of unfortunate events, when that got its film, they crushed 3 books into 1 film. And they plan to do that with like the whole series, right? And it's just like, why do that? They're not built that way. Now you just crush everything.
Which part of Middle Earth would you live in? The Shire.
Yeah.
Yep.
For me, it's between Rohan and the Shire. It's close, but whichever one I go to, I'd be visiting the other one.
Yep. Mike Hill for $5. Thank you very much. Kathy's Dead Goldfish for $50. Hail. One of my favorite scenes from the trilogy was Aragorn comforting a scared boy about to fight monsters. This is a good sword, offering hope. Just fantastic. Oh yeah, that is a good scene.
He did sort of send him into battle with a really shit sword that will probably break.
He did. And he probably died horribly. But he had a moment of hope.
Yeah, and he understood his people, and he understood that it was necessary, and so it was more about doing your duty than it was anything else.
Yep. I don't know what's worse, a live stream being late or waiting on the edge of a live stream knowing it's going to be late. Gary's beard crabs. Well, I mean, we were chit-chatting.
Never late.
The live stream.
Or we early. We arrived.
No,
we were talking about Lord of the Rings, to be fair.
We were. We're like, we should probably stream this.
Yeah.
That'd be a great idea.
The Hobbit movies were rushed by executives, according to Peter Jackson. Yes, and Guillermo del Toro was fired from the project. He did not leave. He was fired. Magnum Norris for $20. Not too many people know that one. But Josh Kelsey does what he does, drops $20 and walks out because he's a fucking Chad. His name should be Chad Kelsey. Thank you, Josh. Sergeant Dan stuff for $20. I grew up in Wisconsin, and the area between Madison and Milwaukee is very Shire like. It is people and landscape. I was just there. Sergeant Dan, did you come by and see me? I was just there a couple weeks ago. Sheboygan. Up in Sheboygan. Past 2 weeks, I've seen The Abyss, Die Hard, re-released in theaters. Why aren't they showing this today? Would love to go. I don't get the marketing, Gary. I don't either. Blue collar loser for $5. It's a question I've been asking for 3 years. How could you not done a Star Wars like 20th anniversary for this? Action figure lines, special soundtracks, interviews, press junkets, releasing it in theaters, all the extended editions in theaters. It would have made a ton of money. Oh well. The duty quote from a Japanese. The duty quote is from a Japanese samurai poem. There you go. Arturus du Belaram.
Was that the thing that Disparu said, where it's like death is light as a feather and duty is as heavy as a mountain?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Wheel of... I've only known it from Wheel of Time, but a lot of writers get things from other mythology and sort of merge it into one piece.
Right.
One Piece.
One Piece.
Okay.
I love after the ring story is destroyed. Sam cries because he might never see Rosie again. And Frodo, having just gone through hell, comforts his friend. UP shoot with a umlaut for €5. Yep.
I think that's captured incredibly well with Merry, right? It's like muted, but he's shouting Frodo like celebratorily, and then Mordor explodes, and then it cuts back to him, and he looks fucking horrified because it's like, oh, are they gonna die? And it's like, yeah, more than likely. They just blew up a volcano that they're sitting right next to. So,
hail to you all and happy 20th anniversary. The real enemy is the corporation. Never underestimate anything that they acquire. They turn everything into bland, gray, pasty content. How can creators prevail against such evil? By not playing with them. Darius White for $20. It's like war games. Just don't play the game. Tolkien Untangled does Second Age. Check it out. Oh, I will. Monty G for €2. I like lore channels that aren't shills for Rings of Power that didn't sell out, because any lore channel worth their fucking nads would not sell out to that shit. I love how in the introduction to Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, Tolkien's just debunking fan theories that World War I and II influenced his work. Meanwhile, if a modern writer lost their favorite toothbrush, they'd kill their protagonist, says Seth Bill Jones for $9.99. Yes. Well, they made him different back in the day, didn't they, guys? They made him different. I've been critical of FNT, but still a fan of Gary because he's a fan, and I love these videos and streams, says Nick 6 for $5. That's cool. No problem there. You don't have to like everything I do. I've had people come up to me and go, yeah, I'm not sure about the live stream, but I like the videos. And they've said the opposite. And I'm just like, hey, there you go. Thanks for being here. That's all I got to say. Gimli is my favorite character because he wanted Frodo to rot in Mordor.
A reference I will never get tired of.
Maximum TV is for $5.
Let him rot.
Let him rot. Yes, your Theoden take is why I love you guys. Theoden King of Brohan. $5.
I love the
I'm a
avatar.
bro. The ride of the Brohirians. Yeah, bro. Hail to the Fellowship for one looking to get an updated version of the trilogy movies. What set would you all recommend? Ruben R for $20, 4K. The 4K set. There's a Middle Earth box set if you want to get Hobbits, but you can like get the 4K version. But you'd also, I would go on eBay and find a cheap version of just the Blu-ray one, the one in the gold box, because that has all the special features.
You know what? You're gonna need to direct me to that. I need to get them.
What, the older one?
Yeah, because I've got like my oldest version, which doesn't have that, and then I've got the 4Ks, so I'm missing the middle one.
All right. Let's say LOTR Blu-ray set. This is the one you want.
Lovely.
It's on the Amazon. I will share it with everybody. Why not?
I'll keep that in mind myself, actually.
I mean,
Some
it's still
absolute
funny to me
Chad
that
in the
that
chat
wouldn't
just
even-
goes, VHS is the best. Bless you, sir.
That's the thing, though.
Watch
There's
it as it was
no.
intended.
I don't think there's ever an amount of times I could buy the films where I would be like, oh, I've bought them too many times now. It's like, no, it's fine.
Now I can't show it. Hang on. Hang on a second.
It's not a proper movie unless you have to wait for it to rewind first.
Oh, I remember those days.
Right.
Never knowing if it would eat the tape. as
Oh,
it did.
the amount of fucking tapes that got fucked by memories.
I still miss my mini disc player. That was probably my best, like my favorite age. It was still hardware, but hadn't quite moved to the iPod yet. But it wasn't CDs that you couldn't fit in your pocket.
Yeah, that sort of mid-2000s period where they were experimenting with all these weird new formats. Because we had HD DVDs for a while as well before Blu-rays really took off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They lost the format war.
When the 360s could play HD DVDs and
Yeah.
PS3 was playing Blu-rays.
And like mini discs were the first ones that wouldn't like skip the music if you went over a bump in a car. It was like the first one.
Right.
Oh wow, we've mastered this new CD
done it.
technology.
So this is the one you want to get with all the special features.
All right.
Nice.
Extended edition, Lord of the Rings, just the Blu-ray set has all the special features. Now they did do, you don't have to get these because these are the special features are in Blu-ray. Special editions that were in DVDs, but they came with like little statues. You got the city of Gondor, you got
Gollum.
you got the Pillars of Argonath, and you got Golem.
Do you know
I
why
got
I
'em
know
all.
that, Gary? Because you
Why?
said it in the recording, and I found
did.
images for it.
Ah, cool. There you go. So get that one. That's got all the special features that Rob worked on. There you go. And I do apologize if I've been an asshole. Big fan of Gary Muller and Drinker, but sometimes got to be a hole to get a point across. Still supporting Nick Six. You don't have to apologize. We're assholes all the time, especially me. It's all good. Thanks for the $5. It's all good. I can handle people being an asshole to me. It's fine. The first Evil 100 for 25 British pounds, proper money. Hail to the Fellowship. After what happened to Doctor Who, I will be watching a trilogy tomorrow. I always laugh when one Urukai gets an axe in his nuts. Let's make sure we keep Tolkien's legacy safe. Yes.
That's
Right
it helps
after-
deep, isn't it? He gives
Yes,
this
it
like
is.
lovely little howl. He's like, ooh! And it goes down.
Oh, yeah.
It's right after Gimli finds out he's losing to Legolas.
Yeah.
Oliver here. Lord of the Rings inspired me to pursue a career in filmmaking, directing my first indie fantasy movie due out in 2024 called Gallowmere. Well, Oliver, good luck. Thanks for the 5 British pounds. Make sure to show it to us somewhere. Email it. Era. Eerie break of podcasts like Legolas and Gimli are the best friends arc 29, 30, 31 epic guests for $10. They are the best friends, but modern day will consider them gay. Doug Rasmussen for $4.99 extended edition with my home theater system is the only way to go. However, I will still have all 3 Polystone figure statues included with them. Yes, I have them on display. I don't ever watch them though. I use the 4K disc now. Favorite peripheral character is Balrog. Yes, Magnum Norse
pretty
for
cool.
$20 is pretty cool. Amazing how Lord of the Rings VFX manages to hold up. It is Mecha J for $2. It is. Tolkien knew how to write characters, not mascots, says the Funny Hatter. The End is donated $1. Thank you very much. Other than Sauron, Galadriel is the most powerful. What man was trained by a Maiar? None. Only Galadriel by Melia. That's true.
That's
Well,
why she
I
can
mean-
make short work of ice trolls, isn't it?
There's servants to the Maiar, though. There are servants to the Maiar.
But it's one of the interesting things about Rings of Power. They did say that in the second season, Sauron will lose to Adar or Adar, depending which one you've done.
Oh,
So he's going to lose to a random elf. That's how good a sword fighter he is.
no.
You have to recast Adar, right?
Will they?
Yeah,
'cause
they
the-
did.
season.
They did.
Yeah.
Oh,
Why? What happened to him?
it's going to be weird.
The actor didn't come back. I guess.
The actor
I
saw
don't blame him, but...
the actor saw the first season and said, "Fuck this."
Yeah, smart guy.
Yep. I rewatched Return of the King on Friday, and not even one ice troll slang. Pretty much a fail of a movie, in my opinion. Do better, Peter Jackson. Thespian, the glory of Rome is forever. I agree. What a disappointment. Seeing Éomer is absolutely in absolute despair when he finds Éowyn's body and how he is sitting by her bedside. I'll never forget it. As a man with a little sister, I tear up every time. Carl Urban is a legend. It's such a fucking great scene, dude.
Yeah.
It's so great.
Yep.
I met John Cleese at a con last week, and when I asked him about the state of comedy, he went off for a while about how the woke were mentally ill. His handler looks super uncomfortable. Nice to know that legend is based as fuck. He's on GBN, dude. Yeah, there's a couple of he does an interview with Rob Schneider talking about this stuff on GBN on YouTube. Go check it out. Chris Nicholson. John Cleese is a fucking legend.
Mm-hmm. He was one of the first people to say London wasn't an English city anymore. Got a lot of flack for it. and
Yeah,
then
he got
moved
in a
country.
lot of trouble for that one.
Yeah.
You see Jeremy Clarkson roasting the mayor on Twitter.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That was great.
Not that it's going to change anything.
Nope.
He'll come back right back.
The ring wraiths were Tolkien's take on Arthur's Knights. Snakes and Funerals for $5. Watching this stream makes me want to rewatch the trilogy, like watching The Founder makes me want a Big Mac. The Founder is a great movie, by the way.
Oh,
Snake
yeah.
Oil Sean for
Yeah, I watched that
$10.
recently. I really
Yes.
liked it.
The Keaton's performance in that is just fantastic.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I have a connection. Well, I grew up in San Diego. So Ray Kroc is the one who brought the Padres to San Diego. He's the Padres owner. So very familiar with Ray, and I love that movie. I think it's if you watch that and Social Network,
Yeah.
gives you a pretty good idea about like business. I think those are good.
Yeah.
I would like to see PJ do a 90-minute movie of the Scouring of the Shire. They could do an animated one. That wouldn't be bad. Y'all are awesome. I love Lord of the Rings trilogy. Moria is probably my favorite setting. Need to play the game. Yeah, I need to play the game too. I'll do that over the holidays. Good wrench for $10. I even subscribed to that Epic store, whatever, because that's the only place it was available. Right? So I guess it's another Steam. I don't know what the fuck Epic is. Don't care. I bought Return to Moria. Probably answer, but please restate. Who do you feel is the best was the best audiobook version? Grade show. Keep up the good work, Hale. Don't make me choose. Robert Inglis is somebody I listened to forever, so I have an emotional attachment, but Andy Serkis's audiobook is fantastic. You can choose either one. But the Robert Inglis ones are great because you could tell he recorded them in his bedroom and you can hear things in the background once in a while, which is funny.
They won't have a version of this, but the best audiobooks are done by Graphic Audio. They have separate voice actors for every part. They do music to go along with it. They do sound effects of the fighting, everything. They do the best audiobooks, spot on.
There you go. Wayne C. for $5 says, Faramir, no contest. We like Captain Faramir. The only two scenes that I wish were made are the arrival of the Grey Company instead of Elrond to traverse the halls of the dead, and Gimli becoming enchanted with the glittering caves. Cheer all. That wouldn't have been bad. Daniel Link for $10. Was 7 when it came out. Loved all 3 ever since, says Jim for £2 British. We have Isaiah S for $20 off the main topic, but I have to ask, what are the chances of doing a collab and conversation with John Campia about movies like this? I like both channels and would love to see a cordial Discord. I'd be open to it. I doubt he ever would, but I'd be nice.
Whoa. That's the only clip of him I know.
Yeah. But that's the thing John has to understand is like we share, this isn't our audience. It's an audience that is shared. And I'll take shots because he takes shots at fandom, but he could take all the shots at me he wants. But he won't mention my name. He won't mention Ryan's name, although he showed up in Ryan's chat once, which was pretty funny. You never know. But I talk to Robert all the time. Robert's great. Mahler, please recommend Drinker and Gary to watch One Punch Man. I would really glad to see their reviews on it. Says Noob for £5
Yep, season 1. You both love it easily. It's one of my favorites. It's subversive, it's self-aware, and it's funny as hell, and awesome action.
Lord of the Rings trilogy movies were the last midnight showings I attended. All hail the Fellowship. Thanks, you all. Remember last midnight showings, Southeastern Kaiju for $5? I remember those. Honestly, I'm glad I don't have to go to those anymore. I'm glad it's 3:00 on a Thursday. I would not want to go see fucking Aquaman at midnight. You live in Scotland, not far from Campsie Mountain in winter. I refer to them as the Misty Mountains. Do you know what I mean, Drinker? Says Alan Mack. Ask Alan Mack.
Campsie Mountain.
Campsie Mountain.
Nope. I don't know what that is. Sorry, man.
Famous. Campsie Fells in the Highlands of Scotland.
Whereabouts is that? Right, hold on, I'll look it up.
I literally had to Google it. I don't know Scotland at all, so.
Apparently, neither do I.
Oh, north of Glasgow.
Glasgow.
Okay.
Glasgow.
Glasgow.
Pronouncing it like that. What is this? An American?
You weren't
thing?
on that live stream.
Glasgow.
Remember when I called it Glasgow and I got fucking roasted by Mahler and Az for like an hour? So
Yeah.
I'd hate to
And
see
you would
how
do the
pronounce
same if
Edinburgh.
we said Arkansas.
yes. No. Oh yeah. No.
That's
No.
how it should be
Roast
pronounced.
you. Yeah. You should roast me like every single time, please. I would actually think I did something wrong. I'm like, why aren't you roasting me? Are you guys mad at me?
Yeah. Every time you don't spell something with a U, I'm like, oh, poor guy.
Well, that's
They've been stolen
fucking
off him.
unbelievable. Laserdisc for life. Hey, you know what? The packaging, you can never beat the Laserdisc packaging because it's the same as vinyl packaging, which is
I
the
was going to
best.
say, weren't they like the size of vinyl discs?
Yeah.
And you couldn't actually fit a movie onto one. So you needed like 2
No.
laser discs for one
You
film.
needed 2. So I still buy them. I go to Half Price Books. There's a place called Half Price Books here, and I buy them for art. Like I'll frame them because they fit in the same frames for an LP, and the art on them is some of it's fucking excellent. So
Yeah.
I still buy them.
That's cool.
Do you guys have a public favorite movie? Do you guys have a public favorite movies list somewhere? Hit me. Manfred Ham for £10 No, but I could. Because I have an Amazon
I
affiliate
feel
store.
like mine would just constantly change, I feel.
Well,
Yeah.
I would recommend all 3 of you if you haven't used it before. This is a little fun. They make it a game. There's something called Flick Chart, I think. Now the way it works, if you get yourself a profile on it, is it'll start you off and it'll just give you 2 movies. For example, like Titanic and Casablanca, and it says which is better. And it's like, oh, I don't know. And then whichever one you choose, the next question will be like, oh, say for example you chose Casablanca. Be like, okay, Casablanca or 12 Angry Men. Then I don't know,
It just shuffles and shuffles and shuffles them.
Play it for an hour, and then you can search for your favorite movies and put them into the thing, and eventually it generates a ranking list, and you'll look at it and be like, oh, I guess that is my favorite movies of all time. Huh. Like, kind of. But you can obviously re-rank any movie you want at your will as well.
Thomas Bergman for $5. The answer to the mystery of the missing 20th re-release can be summed up with one word: Amazon. I don't think they can. I think Warner Brothers is just free to do it. I just don't think they will. Maybe because they don't want to. I don't know.
Well,
Hollywood-
the issue with corporations, someone as a company has to be employed to do it, and so things can slip through the cracks if just no one cares enough. They're all on their own little projects, rather than no one takes the initiative to go like, well, this anniversary is coming up. Do you think we should do something like this? It's like, no, they're already busy doing something else.
Gary with almost the entire UK. LOL. That's right, Sean. I took them all. Thanks for the 2 British pounds. Love you guys. What do you think of the indie film like The Signal of Vivarium? There should be more. I haven't seen it. Hide F10 for $10. Should I?
You're saying The Signal is one film and Vivarium is another one.
Signal and Vivarium. I haven't seen either. No,
I'm not sure if I have. I reconize The Signal.
I recognize The Signal. Hang on. 2020. You know what? I did see The Signal. Came out in 2014. Yes, there should be more stuff like that. And there is. It's just going to be a lot harder to find because it's in the sea of streaming. But yeah. I liked Moon.
Oh,
Ever
Moon's
seen
awesome.
Moon? Moon's awesome, dude. Seth Bill Jones for $4.99. Love Theoden's speech to absolute bits, but Aragorn's speech at the Black Gates will always be my favorite. Makes my day whenever I hear it. Rest in peace, Az. Rest in peace, Az.
R.I.P. Az.
R.I.P. Az. Sam Wise seems pretty based in real life. You guys agree? I first suspected it seeing his interview on the Friendship Onion, and he was in the Shift movie. He was. I don't think he did kind of go along with the whole Elves of Color defense that I'm sure that they were put up to when there was the backlash to Lord of the Rings, but I don't doubt they even understood like what the criticisms were.
Yeah, the issue with that photograph is they could have easily just been told, here's some T-shirts, here's 50 quid, can you wear them for me? And they had no other context.
Next, Nick 6 for $5. The point I'm trying to make is why did they make Galadriel a warrior? She was already one of the most powerful in Middle Earth. That's the point we were trying to make.
We know the answer.
Yeah.
We know the answer to that.
Yeah, I mean they made basically a leader, basically a queen, a general. Where else did they do that? Where they took a princess and they made her a general? Oh, Star Wars. Yeah, because they think these male titles are actually more important than the female related titles, because there's only legitimacy in a masculinity that you don't respect. You don't respect masculinity in men, but you want it in women. It's fucked up ideology. That's what it is. It's really
But because if we've been oppressed by this thing, then that thing must be better than we are. Therefore, we must become it.
intersectionalism.
Oh,
That's why so many people who practice this stuff inevitably end up insane, because they have to hold so many contradictory nonsense bullshit ideas in their head at the same time.
And Doctor Who literally had a line where it said one of the strengths of the human species is that they can hold 2 contradictory ideas in their head at the same time. It's like, I never expected you to come out and know that that's what you were doing.
Phil Dagrash fan audiobook is amazing. Look it up. Great use of film and music and background soundscapes. Ooh, Soundhog. That sounds fun. Gary, which is better, BBC radio play or the films? Don't make me choose. They're 2 different mediums. They're both great. I'm not going to do that. I love them both, though. I listen to the BBC radio play like twice a year, usually around Christmas.
Didn't Tolkien hate the radio play, though, from what I remember?
The one that came out in the 60s, yes. It's a Hobbit one that he hated. That he absolutely fucking hated. Yeah. But the one that came out, he was dead when the BBC one came out. But it's Brian Sibley who wrote it, and he wrote the Fall of Numenor book that just came out. This dude is a Tolkien. I don't know if he'd call himself this, but he's a Tolkien scholar. The guy knows his shit. The adaptation of the radio play is super faithful to the book. They just had to cut stuff out for time, but it's really fucking faithful to the book.
Do you think Tolkien would have liked the films, or probably maybe hate them?
No, he would have hated them.
Yeah.
Christopher hated them. Tolkien probably would have hated them because of what he called a focus on battle, and Tolkien and his son saw it more as romanticism you know, the romanticism of mythology and the language, you know, the use of the language. I think.
What do you think he would have thought of Rings of Power? Just out of curiosity.
I think he would have actually tried to find whatever weapon he used in World War I, maybe just the bayonet, and stabbed everybody with the bayonet. You know,
the interesting thing is, if he was still around, he probably would have taken a more rolling approach and kept control of the IP and like had a veto on everything.
Oh, dude!
And so you would have ended up with something else.
He liked money. I mean, that's one of the misnomers. Is like he liked money, and he sold things to have his kids, so his kids were taken care of. He was fine with that. He was fine with some technology. He understood the world. What he would have hated was Amazon owning the rights to anything he did, because that is he didn't hate like the free market or anything. He hated industry.
Corruption, like,
industry and corruption.
I was going to say that would be a pretty particularly ironic fate for the IP of Lord of the Rings to be taken by a giant corporation, crushed and mangled into something horrible. I mean, imagine that happened.
He worked for a giant institution, Oxford University. You know, any Tolkien fan, if you're in the UK, make that pilgrimage out to Oxford. It's fucking great. It's a beautiful town. Go visit his grave. The graveyard that's got his grave in it won best graveyard of the UK in 2000 and 2001, and they're very proud of it.
I didn't know that was an award.
I didn't know either.
Is there like magazines for it, like Graveyard Monthly and shit? Like, top 10 graveyards to visit in your area.
From Birmingham.
Yeah. I'll put up the picture, but yeah, like right when you walk in, we are the best at burying dead people. 2000 and 2001. So good.
But what Brandon Sanderson has said is, after his Kickstarter took off, it went from people going, we really want to use your IP, here's an offer, but we want control of it, to, we just give you money, you can be involved in it if you want, we just want your IP, please let us. And so I think he would have been big enough that he would have been able to keep more control of it over it than a lot of people with their IPs. That's one of the things Sanderson said, is he's willing to sell off his lesser IPs, but his big ones, he's waiting until he can be in control of them.
Did he sell it off, or?
Well, we don't know. His big one is the Stormlight Archive. That's his magnus opus. So he's saying, I won't sell that off to somebody unless I can write some of the episodes. I can be in direct control of it. But
and they should let
lesser ones.
Oh, yeah. If they want money, they should let him. Yeah,
they should absolutely let him, because for one, the guy writes fast. He's like a fast, good writer. That's absolutely the kind of person you want around.
but also, we've seen Wheel of Time. We've seen his suggestions and changes to Wheel of Time, and they were just better. And in fact, the only bit of Wheel of Time that I liked was a change that he told them to make. And so it's literally like, you just need to let this guy do everything. Just shut up, piss off, let him be in control, and leave.
Hollywood, anybody who's even tangentially associated with fucking bad reboot should never work in Hollywood again. Like,
agreed.
Ever. Maybe they're waiting for, or wait, the blade is still sharp, says Jason Cooper, for $10. Yes, it is. He wasn't telling the truth, but he was trying to make him feel better. Maybe they're waiting for the silver anniversary. JJ Gosling for $2. Maybe the 25th anniversary. If they did it at 25th anniversary, I think 20th is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe they are. Maybe they are.
Because you could have done both. Like 5 years is a long time in entertainment.
Yes, you hit it. Yeah, imagine what you were doing 5 years ago.
Yeah,
where was your channel? Where was your channel 5 years ago? Oh, you didn't have a channel 5 years ago.
Oh yeah, just streaming the first episode of EFAB around 5 years ago. So
yeah, I wasn't even making videos 5 years ago. The channel was here, but I was just like sticking around.
5 years ago, I had about 350 subscribers. So,
yep.
Yeah.
What was 5 years ago? 2018.
Yeah.
2018. Yeah,
the world was a different place in 2018. It's not just entertainment.
That was a long time ago. Yeah. I was still working at Tesla 5 years ago. I had a job. Stephen D for $4.99. Rings of Power writers suck. They know they suck. They're not even fucking writers. They're repurposing hacks. We know they suck, but they kept lying about not sucking anyway. Yeah, because they wanted to keep getting a paycheck. And I think even the executives know that they suck, but they can't do anything. What I would have done is fired everybody and brought in somebody good if you're going to continue. But sticking with what got you here, lying about its success after losing 2/3 of your audience, and only a fraction of that 37% is going to come to season 2, and then you'll lose 2/3 of that fraction of the 37%.
Mm-hmm. And Payne and McKay were so vital to Rings of Power that when they went on strike, they carried on anyway.
Yep. My friends, you bow to no one. The scene gets me on every rewatch. Such a powerful scene. Smoo, you're absolutely right. Thanks for the €5, buddy. Your counterfeit pounds right there. Smoo's a good dude. Smoo's a good dude. And this is the last one. We're gonna go after this, and I thank you guys for hanging this whole time. You guys are awesome.
No problemo.
I stream with my heroes. I do. What would you think if Peter Jackson got the 4 Hobbit actors and filmed an extended Tom Bombadil Goldberry scene? I kind of like on the side. I'd be fine with that. I mean, absolutely. And then they could do, especially if they run around naked.
I would be genuinely fascinated to see how they could rationalize Tom Bombadil on screen, how they would represent him, because he is such a bizarre, outlandish character in the books. I don't even know how they would show him.
And then show how they, the barrow downs and they got the barrow blades.
Yeah,
right?
that scene would be cool.
And that is important because it's the barrow blade that wounds the Witch King, right?
Yes.
Mary,
I think it was in the film, right? It's the blade that he's given by Galadriel that he uses on the Witch King.
Yep.
So it still works. It's just
still works. Absolutely. But that blade was made from the tears of an ice troll that she killed in under 10
absolutely.
seconds. Yeah. All right, guys, we're gonna wrap it up. Modrotics, thank you so much. Chat, love you guys. This has been fun. This is our 3rd one, so if you wanted to, for some reason, go back and watch. We did one for Two Towers. We did one for Fellowship. Thanks to everyone who left a super chat and donation. You guys have been nuts today. Absolutely nuts. This was tons of fun. Let's go around the horn here, and I got a show in 15 minutes that I got to get to. Mahler, what do you got coming up? I know what you got coming up.
Well, I was going to say, I may as well make the most of this because the people listening to this are very likely interested in what's coming up on Wednesday, which is going to be a huge watch through of Lord of the Rings trilogy with hyper amounts of editing for visuals and animations and jumps around and references. It's funny, a lot of things have been referenced today, like the audio takes on different things, like the effects that went into it, the color grading, or the approach, the impact. Some of the things you guys have said about the artists that worked on it. Me and a few other editors have worked really hard to get all the references in that we could within a reasonable amount of time, because this thing has been a nightmare project with how huge it was to make within the amount of time we had. But if anyone's familiar with EFAP movies as a style, as a format, you're getting that at the highest editing level that we could achieve, with also all 3 extended films with a cast that I think you'll be very invested in seeing watch through it, with a couple of surprises, of course. It's something I'm very looking forward to everyone seeing. It's definitely, this is for the fans sort of project. This is this is hopefully, it was funny. It was on the verge of being released on time yesterday, and Drinker actually fully convinced me to do it. But and I've told this story on an EFAP. It's so fucking sad. I was checking out the opening 5 minutes of it, and I accidentally left 2 minutes of just strict Gollum footage. It was just on the timeline. So we're all talking about Lord of the Rings. You can just see Lord of the Ring Gollum in the background, just running around, climbing on things. I was like, I can't fucking release this like this. So I spent all hours since then, including this whole stream, of just getting it copyright protected and ready to launch, essentially. So that'll be Wednesday, starting at, I think, 7 p.m. GMT, which I'm not sure if is your nooner on a Wednesday, Gary?
Yep.
I don't know if it'll cross over, but even if it does, it wouldn't matter, because this thing is going to be 8 hours long.
Yeah. Oof. What time are you starting? I could start like an hour early.
Oh, it'll be fine. Like I said, it'll work out either way, because even if you stream during it, you can always just tell everybody, hey, my stream's over. You got me talking about Lord of the Rings over on this channel right now.
There's still 7 hours left, though.
Exactly. Yeah, the crossover, it wouldn't matter. But yeah, really looking forward to you guys all seeing it. It's going to be huge in terms of fucking length, and I'll be so happy when it's finally done. But yeah, that's what's happening. Wednesday, the Moolah channel. Be there for Lord of the Rings.
Cool. What do you got coming up, Drinker?
Well, as you know, I'm super excited to watch Aquaman 2 and Rebel Moon next week, so I'm gearing up for that. In the meantime, everyone's been asking me to review that movie, like, what is it, Leave the World Behind, so I'll probably give that a try.
No, it's literally a nothing movie. Like, you'll have barely anything to talk about.
That's Sam
is it
Esmail.
just boring? Is that the problem?
There's nothing there, and then it ends, and you're like, wait, I thought something was going to happen? No, it's like, it may as well not exist as a movie.
Did you watch Mr. Robot?
No, I've heard a lot about it, though.
So, yeah, great first 3 seasons. Shitty. Fucking horrible. Devolved into TDS politics the final season. But that's the same guy, Sam Esmail. And he's also doing the Battlestar Galactica remake.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, fuck that. Maybe I'll just review Blue Eye Samurai instead.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. God, I heard that's so good. So
I didn't know anything about that movie, so I watched it thinking maybe this could be good. And then I saw like the clips of it on Twitter afterwards. Like, we should never.
Well, it's about like hating America. That I know that. So and I got like same vibes off of that as I do off this Garland Civil War thing.
But even the director's like, I know this doesn't end properly. And I know that's going to annoy some people. Like, but that's the way the book ended. Like,
well,
just because the book was bad doesn't mean the movie has to follow.
I wish I had
path.
time. I wish I had time to review Blue Eye. It's better than like when I'm finishing up a video on. I'm going to take the chance and kind of do a trailer reaction to the American Society of Magical. I'm going to try that and see how that goes. Disparu, what do you got coming up?
Well, my last video was a Doctor Who summary of the previous episodes. Next up, I've got, it was supposed to be out today, but didn't get it finished in time for this stream. It's going to be Rebel Moon reviews. Because I love anything where they're just like, this is awful. I don't even care whether they're correct. It's just when the press decide that they're going to roast something, I'm very disappointed that the Irish Times haven't reviewed it. But apart from that, there's some great stuff out of it. But
dude, that headline is the headline of the year. The Marvels disappears up its own black hole.
Yes, exactly.
The headline of the year.
The Irish knock it out of the park. I want them to review everything.
All right. Apparently I had some. I didn't know the Streamlabs link was up, so I'm gonna have to get some of these on a square up, and I do greatly apologize for that because I am up against it. But I'll read WG's for $50. Says, sorry, Gary and company, I can't, in good coincidence, endorse a trilogy of silly movies filled with toxic, sexist, pedestrian storytelling. And wait, I was just told I was watching something called the Disney sequel trilogy. My bad. I'll see myself out. Fuck Disney. Merry Christmas from Shamash for $10. I love the different still shots of the Nazgul when they were searching for Frodo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin on the road. Yeah. Oh, those are beautiful. Simple,
so
but
creepy too.
Really breaks you into that. Remember that one beautiful shot? You're like, oh, look at the beautiful valley. Here comes a Nazgul.
Yeah, the music just goes, oh. Here he is.
I'm really sorry, guys. I will get the rest in the square up. That'll probably be Monday night. Okay. And I'll start with that. So I'll be on Nerdrotic Live Monday evening. We'll start because we got like 6 more, but I have to start a show. I'm really sorry because I wanted to get through them all. So my apologies. Love you guys. And we will see you next time. Either hang on to, you know what? Fuck it. I'm keeping this on the channel. Fuck it. It's staying on the channel. So enjoy it all you want. Ciao, everyone.
Adios.